Madam Clerk, we ready?
Ready, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I want to convene today's committee meeting, Tuesday, March 29, 2022, GE Committee. Now we're convening, I'm going to request to go on a brief recess. Members have requested an opportunity to review some bill language, so we'll be back to call the chair. Thank you. Good afternoon. We're going to go ahead and reconvene today's meeting of the GA committee, if we may. Moving on, section 2, remarks by the chairs. Senator Fletcher, any comments?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. I just want to thank everyone for their patience today and over the last couple of days. And I know we're going to have some important conversations moving forward, but I do hope that we can continue to try to find ways to find consensus on some of the issues that we'll be debating today. And I just want to thank the leadership of this committee, you, Mr. Chair, for your great stewardship of our work and our partnership with our ranking members, Representative Mastro Francesco and Senator Sampson. We've had a lot of conversation over the last 48 hours or so, and I'm looking forward to the conversation this afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Fletcher. Senator Sampson, Representative Francesco, any comments or remarks? Senator Sampson, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate the remarks by yourself and your co-chair, Senator Fletcher. I appreciate that very much. I do want to share some concerns, which is that this legislative process, as long as I've been in the legislature, serving in the minority now for 12 years, continues to decay, in my opinion, and it is very, very difficult to serve in the minority as it is, and it's extra difficult when we have very large agendas. Like today, we have 24 items on the agenda. Yesterday, I think it was 22, although we did end up moving some of those items to today. It's extremely difficult. The notice requirement is only that the agenda is posted at 6 p.m. the previous day. And if you're a member of the minority, and particularly if you serve in the leadership, as Representative Mastro Francesco and I do, we are charged with seeing that agenda the second it comes out and trying to figure out how to make heads or tails out of a great number of bills. And some of these bills are quite long. There's a few of them on here that are a paragraph or a page or two, but there are plenty of them are 30, 60 pages, and occasionally we get some that are maybe hundreds of pages long. And then to top that off, there is this factor of substitute language, which can sometimes be very positive in that some of the feedback from the public hearing or even remarks by committee members, including members of the minority, are taken into consideration to modify some of the bills. And in fact, one of the bills I was most concerned about today, I think is item 21 on the agenda, Senate Bill 470, which I had a big red flag. I even alerted, some people in the world to keep an eye on this bill. That bill's going to be fixed based on substitute language today, and I think I will support it. But overall, it's very difficult because we are handed substitute language throughout the day today, and even receiving some moments before the meeting began. And I want to say that I appreciate the chair's willingness to pause the meeting for a moment for us to talk about it and try and understand things. But when you're in the minority, it is very difficult to try and piece together your arguments on these bills as it is. And when you're dealing with hundreds of documents, please know that we put in every effort that we can. The added issue is that there are conflicting meetings going on. I serve on the Judiciary Committee, which I think is probably just wrapping up its day, and they'll be voting over there. So I will have to depart from this meeting to go cast my votes. These are all issues with the process. And if there's any message I'm trying to make here by rambling on, and I apologize for doing that, I'm hoping that the chairs are listening to me. And more importantly, I'm hoping that legislative leaders are listening. We can do a lot better at this. We can try and do a little time management. We can be a little more respectful of the public by making sure that they have access to this information in a more timely way, and that they're not trying to make heads or tails out of an agenda that's got 20 some odd items on it too. And with that, I could go all day on that subject. Mr. Chairman, I thank you for indulging me. And I hope you do just focus on my comments just as a desire to make you see a little different perspective of what it's like to respond to the actions of the majority. And with that, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator, and I will take your comments to heart. And I will always do, and I appreciate your insights. Representative Mastrosowski, any comments or
Thank,
Mark?
thank,
Please proceed.
thank you, Mr. Chairman, and welcome everyone. I hope this is our last meeting. It's been quite challenging the last couple of days, and just an apology really to the public, as I know we have recessed the past couple of meetings, and it could be frustrating for the public just waiting and waiting. But as Senator Sampson said, it is difficult. We get a lot of bills, we get changes to them last minute, and we are doing our best to read them. It may seem simple to read these bills, but really it's not. You have to understand every piece of it. And when a small language in it changes, like from a may to a shall, it really changes the whole dynamics of a bill. So we are charged with really trying to understand these bills, explain it to our caucus on both sides of the aisle, and it could be difficult at times. So I just wanted to thank everyone for their patience, and I hope we can continue working with Senator Flexer and Representative Fox and the rest of the committee to move things forward in a positive way to make good changes for Connecticut. Although there are some contentious bills on here today, I'm sure we'll have a good debate. But moving forward, we certainly have to keep the communications open just for the sake of our state. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Hey, Representative, appreciate your comments as always. But then we'll go ahead, we'll get right into it. I think Senator Sampson alluded to a certain bill. Maybe we'll start with that one. Let's go to item number 21, Senate Bill number 470. An act concerning the Secretary of the State and other election administrators regarding certain voter registration information and reject absentee ballots. Motion of JFS LCO 4142 to the floor. Is there a motion?
So moved.
And a second.
Second.
Moved by Senator Flex, second by Representative Santiago. On the underlying bill, there were three sections of the original bill. The bill before us strips out sections 2 and 3 and just includes section 1, which makes technical changes to voter registration confidentiality provision that was passed in last year's implementer. Any question or comments? Senator Sampson, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank the leadership of the committee for this substitute language. As I alluded to a moment ago, the original bill that came out on Senate Bill 470 had 3 sections. Sections 2 and 3, I believe, were a very negative policy for the state of Connecticut. One would have essentially allowed the curing of absentee ballots and also including a partisan organization in the process. And section 3 would have allowed absentee ballots to be counted throughout the day of an election, which I object to on strong terms, just simply because I don't believe that anyone should have access to election results until after the polls closed. I appreciate the committee removing those 2 sections and leaving only the technical change that was in section 1 that has to do with the way we track voter ID numbers, et cetera. I believe it is now a perfectly acceptable bill. I hope that people that received any correspondence that recommended voting against 470 understand that the bill has been changed now and that we think it's okay. And in fact, Mr. Chairman, I would even suggest that this item might be an acceptable choice for a consent calendar, but I'll let you make that motion if you choose to. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. Is there an objection to adding Senate Bill 470 JFS 4142 to the consent calendar? Seeing none, we will add 470 LCO 4142 to the consent calendar. Next, we will go with let's go to item number 1, Senate Bill 350, an act establishing Juneteenth Independence Day as a legal holiday. Motion Chair to the floor. Is there a motion?
So moved.
And a second.
Second, Santiago.
Made by Flexer, seconded by, I believe, Santiago. Any question or comments? Senator Sampson, your hand is raised. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you for going back to number one. I was worried we were going to be bouncing around a lot and I'm having a tough enough time to keep track of my papers as it is. But the bill that's before us, an act establishing Juneteenth Independence Day as a legal holiday. When this bill was raised as a concept, I suggested at the time that I would be very supportive of recognizing Juneteenth. I think it's an important day in our history, and it certainly is a recognition of wrongs of the past and the achievements of our society to correct them. My only concern about the language that is before us today is that this actually incorporates Juneteenth as a legal holiday, which has the added effect of making it a paid day off. And it's an additional paid day off for state employees. And I'm certain it has other effects beyond that. I think we have quite a few paid days off already. I would have appreciated a conversation about maybe moving some of our holidays around, combining things. I know it's been done in the past as a way to accommodate new celebrations without further creating more paid days off. As it is, I'm going to vote no. If this bill is modified to simply make Juneteenth a recognized holiday, but not a paid day off, I would absolutely support it in the Senate when it comes there. And I just leave it right there. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator, and I look forward to always engaging the conversation as the press continues with you and your colleagues. Where's the Master Professor? Hand raised, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't have an issue at all with establishing Juneteenth as a holiday. I do share the same concerns with my colleague, Senator Sampson, about it being a legal holiday and the fact that there would be a fiscal note to it. And I assuming that this bill would have to go to appropriations. Is that correct, Mr. Chairman?
I don't yet know if we can make that determination at this point. I think once if the bill gets out of committee, I think that the bill will then be decided if it goes to appropriation after that.
Okay. And then normally, because this is a legal holiday and legal holidays are paid, do you know if this bill passes, does this require union contracts to be reopened again because it is now a legal holiday?
I don't know.
Sure, Mr. Chair,
Yeah.
I believe that this would potentially have to be incorporated into any requirements with collective bargaining agreements with regard to state employees. And we did work with the Office of Legislative Research to look into this. And the State Personnel Act would require that all full-time permanent state employees would get paid time off for the legal holiday. There's been existing state recognition of Juneteenth for almost 2 decades in Connecticut. But this change today is, I think, really the impetus is the recognition of the holiday at the federal level as a paid day off.
Thank you, Senator, for that answer. So I'm concerned about the fiscal note on this and what it could have, not only for today, but going forward. So I'm going to be a no today, although I do support Juneteenth Independence Day wholeheartedly. I think it's important that it certainly is recognized, like many of our other holidays that are not paid holidays, but they are recognized. So my concern today really is the fiscal note on it and what the impact will be on that. So I'm going to be a no today, and then hopefully going forward before it comes to the floor, things may change on that. Thank you, Madam Chair and Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. Appreciate your comments. Any further question or comments from the committee? If not, will the clerk please call the roll? J after the floor, House Bill 60, Senate Bill 350, J after the floor. Madam Clerk.
Flexer,
Senator Flexer votes yes.
Fox,
Representative Fox votes yes.
Haskell, Thomas, Sampson,
Senator Sampson votes no.
Master Francesco,
Representative Master Francesco votes no.
Blumenthal, Carpino,
Representative Carpino votes yes.
Fishbein, France, Haddad,
Representative Haddad votes yes.
Labiola, McCarthy Vehy,
Representative McCarthy Vahey votes yes.
McCrory, Moran Bello,
Representative Moran Bello votes yes.
Palm, Representative Palm, Rosario, Santiago,
Santiago votes yes.
Slack,
Senator Slav votes yes.
one more time, Senator, please.
Senator Slav votes yes.
Thank you. Haskell,
Senator Haskell votes yes.
thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Moving on. I just was in the good graces of the ranking member for moving order, but I think we might move around a little for the next one. I apologize, Senator Sampson. I hope I don't ruin any good vibes we had just created. Why don't we move on? Get right into things. Item number 22. Senate Bill 471, an act concerning elections and state voting rights. A motion to JFS LCO 4129 to the floor. Is there a motion?
So moved.
And a second.
Second, Santiago.
Motion to JFS LCO 4129 to the floor was made by Senator Fletcher, seconded by Representative Santiago. The underlying bill includes cause of action against voter suppression, voter dilution, voter intimidation, obstruction or interference, as well as increased transparency of important election data. Move adoption. Any question or comments? Senator Sampson, your hand is raised. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess you were not kidding when you said you want to get right into it. Of all the items on this agenda, this is probably the one that concerns me the most. The intentions of this bill are something that I actually agree with, which is the idea that we should prevent any type of discrimination in our election process. We should prevent discrimination in our districting and redistricting process, which for people listening is the process by which legislative districts are created. And in this bill, specifically municipal districts. So like, cities often have, District 1, 2, 3, 4, and so on, that are actually drawn on a map to determine, how people are elected. And it also is concerned with protecting the rights of voters on election day and throughout elections for any misbehavior by candidates or third parties. All of these things are good. The problem is the way this bill is constructed. I do have a question right out of the gate, Mr. Chairman. We just received substitute language on this bill. Literally, it came at 2:01 p.m., which is a minute after this meeting was supposed to begin. And I know we had a short break, and I took a few minutes to try and look through this. And from what I can tell, the only change to this bill, which is 23 pages long, has to do with section 7, I think it is. And I'm scrolling to take a look. I'm sorry. Section 7, which used to grant the Secretary of State in the original bill the power to examine witnesses, receive oral and documentary evidence, determine material facts, and issue subpoenas, and has now, in the substitute language, changed that to reflect that it is the State Election Enforcement Commission that has those same provisions and the ability to enforce them. So is that correct, Mr. Chairman, or am I missing other changes in this substitute language?
Thank you, Senator Flexer.
Yeah, thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. That is one of the major changes in the substitute language before us. The substitute language also changes, it creates a requirement with regard to municipalities holding a public hearing on changes to their redistricting process. The original language was permissive. This requires that there be a public hearing when changes are made in municipal redistricting. It also makes some clarifying changes with regard to the statewide database and how that's maintained by the Secretary of State's office. And there's a change to the definition of protected class in section 1. And there's also a change in section 2 where the word, where it talks about voting at lower rates than all other electors, the word all is removed. And there's a duplication of the use of the word required in section 2. I don't want to get, I don't know how detailed the good senator would like me to get. I mean, there's a couple of typographical changes that are made here, but the and of course, the big change, as you just talked, as the good ranking member just talked about, is the change in oversight of section 7 from which was inappropriately placed in the Secretary of State's office and instead is given to the State Elections Enforcement Commission.
Senator Sampson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I thank your co-chair, Senator Flexer, for that answer. And I was a little overwhelmed with the the number of things, trying to figure it out. Let me address one of them, then I'll ask a follow-up. I am very much, and I hope the folks on the committee will indulge us just for a second. I want to just state for the chair's benefit that I really like that change to require a public hearing for districting changes for municipalities, so much so that I think that that might be a solution that ought to supersede the rest of the changes in that section. Because the issue really that this bill aims to address in that section is the idea of whether or not municipal leadership, when they make changes to districts, whether they're doing it behind closed doors or they're doing it in order to create a situation that might artificially benefit one candidate over another, and they may be discriminating in that process. I think one of the greatest ways to resolve that issue is to require public input. So if there is a requirement for a public hearing where that type of change has to be addressed and brought forward for public comment, sounds like a very good solution. Not relieving the obligation of any type of cause of action, that could be brought by a citizen or anyone to the SEEC or the Secretary of the State. Through you, Mr. Chairman, Senator Flexer, you mentioned that there was a change to the definition of protected class, I think it was. Can you point to what line number that changes on? Through you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Flexer.
Through you, Mr. Chair, it's in section 1, and just give me a minute and I'll try to find the line number. And I would be completely deferential if LCO wanted to jump in and point out the line number. I'm just trying to pull it up.
Pardon me, I hate to
Senator-
interrupt, but I think I found it anyway. It is
Okay.
in lines 28 and 29 in the original bill. And certainly someone can interrupt me if I'm wrong, in lines 31 to 33 in the modified language. The old language said protected class means a group consisting of members of a race, color, or language minority group. And that is interesting because I had a question about that. And the new language says protected class means a class of citizens who are members of a race, color, or language minority group, as referenced in a US code. I hate to do this to you guys, but I do need some clarification. The reason why I had highlighted that originally is that when you refer to a minority group, it says race, color, or language minority group. Are we referring to a nationally recognized minority group, or are we referring to on any particular block in the city of New Haven, for example, that any particular group is a minority? Because it was kind of a gray area in the original bill, and I imagine that's cleared up with this reference to USC 52. But I don't know what that reference means.
That's Senator Flax,
Mr. Chair?
Sure. Senator Sanders, US Code 52 USC Code 10310 is references and I believe further defined language minority group.
Mr. Chair?
Yes. Please proceed, Senator Flax.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just for everyone's, just to help, that is the Federal Voting Rights Act. So that section of federal code that references the definitions that exist in the Federal Voting Rights Act.
Okay, well, I appreciate that, although I don't know that it answers my question, which is to determine whether or not we would all say that, Native Americans, for example, are a minority group in the United States of America, but there may be communities where they are the majority. And I'm just curious, since this bill deals with districting, certainly you could chop up many cities in Connecticut and say that the entire city might have a Caucasian majority, but maybe certain sections of that town have an African-American majority, for example. And I'm just curious to know what that means in this language, because there are so many other aspects of the bill that lean on the notion of what a protected class is. And I think it's safe to say that they're considering protected classes as nationally recognized minorities. But it does get confusing in the language and it does lead to a lot of other questions. If there's anyone who could answer that question for me, I appreciate it. If not, I understand I have other things to talk about. Through you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair?
Please continue, Senator Flax.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the comment, and I would say that the references to protected class throughout the legislation before us are referencing race, color, and language minority groups that are recognized on a national basis and not in smaller geographical increments, if that's helpful. So these would be, the definition of protected classes would be larger groups of people that are recognized as being minority groups according to the Federal Voting Rights Act on a national basis, not on a more narrow basis in Connecticut or any other geographical breakdown.
Thank you very much. Through you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate that answer. And I will proceed. My crack staff sent me a text while we were talking, suggesting that 52 USC 1031A doesn't contain a definition either. So if we move a bit forward on this bill, we should probably find a way to address that. I want to focus on the later sections of the bill, and I don't mean to belabor this too much. I just want to make a couple of comments about a few of the sections in this bill, and then we can move on. Sections 5, or rather 6, 7, and 8. And I'm trying to, as we go, compare the old language and the new language, but I did not hear anything that suggests that the overall policy that's being developed in section 6, 7, and 8 has changed. And my concern about this is that it basically, what it does is it creates a cause of action for the Secretary of the State to engage in investigating accusations of deceptive campaign activity. If you read the section, some of these things are obvious that we should really address. We should really address anyone who is using a intimidation against the voter, or uses force, violence, restraint, abduction, or duress, it says in the bill. Those are all good things that I can see ought to be investigated, that we ought to be working very hard to prohibit. But if you read in section 6, subsection 2, it says that any person who uses a deceptive, and it goes on, I'm just capturing the word deceptive, and then it says communication, and for the purpose of having the effect of causing anyone to vote for or against a particular candidate. To me, that captures almost every campaign communication that I've ever seen. We were joking earlier offline that I would put every campaign mailer that's ever been sent by my opponent in this category, that it was deceptive communication for the purpose of causing that voters to choose to vote for or against a candidate. To me, that is a tremendously broad thing for the a partisan actor to have the opportunity to engage in investigating. Am I correct, through you, Mr. Chairman, that in the new language, this no longer gives the Secretary of the State the authority to begin investigations on this? Because to me, the Secretary of State is an elected office. And I certainly would hope that whoever that person is, regardless of their party, would conduct themselves in a nonpartisan way. But you can see where it could be very dangerous that you have a Secretary of State of one party who has the opportunity to begin examining and investigating whoever they choose is up to deceptive communications and campaigns, which again, I think that's a pretty global kind of term. So if I can get an answer to that question, through you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Flexer.
For you, Mr. Chair, yes, those two sections have changed, and so the authority would no longer be under the Secretary of State's office, and it would instead be through the State Elections Enforcement Commission. And I know the good ranking member knows this, but I would just say for everyone's benefit that this is an example of an area where we got feedback from the Secretary of State's office and others, and where we heard the concerns of the ranking members loud and clear on this. And so that's why we're making the change. And I just say that because while I know we're not going to find consensus overall on the legislation in all likelihood, at least today, there's still things that can be improved when we talk, even when we don't disagree, even when we disagree about it. So I appreciate that concern being highlighted so thoroughly, and it was an important one, and that's why we made the change.
Senator Sampson.
Yeah, thank you very much, through Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Senator Flexer. Part of the reason why I'm investing a little bit of time here is because this policy language in its original form was circulated and distributed to the public. And if anyone looks at our votes after this particular committee meeting, I would like very much for them to understand what has changed in the bill since it was originally drafted. I think those are positive changes in section 6 and 7. But simultaneously, while I think that that is a good correction to take the Secretary of State out of that role, I think it's somewhat meaningless because I don't see that section 6 and 7 have any real purpose. There is already a mechanism right now. If I believe that someone is engaged in this behavior, I certainly can report it to the SEC. and file a complaint. So I don't know why we've even kept this information if we're not empowering the Secretary of State, which is a bad idea. We should just get rid of it in its entirety, because it's already the case. And it should be that we have the State Election Enforcement Commission in a position to be able to address those concerns. I literally could go on for quite a while on just the first couple of sections of the bill, but I want to concentrate on just a couple of the definitions that are in here. There is the thing that I would highlight the most is right from the beginning of this bill, there is this odd definition in here. It's in section 1, subsection 7, and it defines something called racially polarized voting, quote unquote. And it says means voting in which there is a difference between the candidate or electoral choice preferred by a protected class electors and the candidate or electoral choice preferred by all other electors. I don't know how the person who's writing this definition is in the head of protected class electors or other electors to know what their preferred choice candidate would be. And what concerns me about this bill is that as you read through it, you begin to realize, and I can point to several examples, that it is basically suggesting that voters are racist. And it also suggests that when they do not act in a racist manner, in other words, African-American candidates are voters voting for African-American candidates or any other group, they're interchangeable, that's a problem. I don't know what kind of world we want to live in that we're suggesting that if someone votes for someone of a different race, that it's problematic, but that's what this bill actually does. In section 2, there is some language which I want to just see if it's the same in the new version. Yes, it is. This language also is extremely problematic. It says no qualification for eligibility. And remember what this means: no qualification for eligibility to be an elector or other prerequisite to voting, and no ordinance, regulation, or other law regarding the administration of elections or any other related standard, practice, procedure, policy may be enacted or implemented in a manner that results in the denial or abridgment of the right to vote for any protected class individual. And I'm sorry, that was a mouthful. The key words are no qualification for eligibility may be implemented that results in the denial of the right to vote for any protected class individual. Does this mean, through you, Mr. Chairman, that you cannot even ask a voter whether they're eligible to vote? And you can't deny them their ability to vote if they are a protected class individual, even if you cannot verify their eligibility, because that's what it says in the text. Through you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Fletcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I think the best way to answer this question is, I think that this section of the bill is an effort to put in state statute some of the existing protections within the Federal Voting Rights Act. And I recognize that it can be hard to comprehend because a lot of this went away, certainly within most of the members of this committee's lifetimes. But, you know, there used to be various barriers to people exercising the franchise in the past. And in Connecticut, literacy tests were still used up until the 1950s. And so this isn't about creating barriers for confirming whether or not a person is in fact an eligible voter, but it's instead codifying the existing protections that are within the Federal Voting Rights Act that have been the law of this country since the 1960s. It's putting it in our state statutes so that those protections will exist in Connecticut, even if some major change were to happen at the federal level to the Federal Voting Rights Act. So it's to make sure that we can't ever go back to, for example, having literacy tests or other barriers that were traditionally used to keep certain racial minority groups away from voting.
Senator Sampson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate that answer. And I'm certainly sympathetic to all of those comments, but I don't think they have anything to do with my question, really, which is the exact text of this bill, which is written in plain language, says that you cannot verify that a protected class individual is an eligible voter. And if you attempt to deny them the right to vote because they are ineligible, you would be in violation under this new law. That's the plain text of the bill before us. And it's certainly concerning, and it's something I'm just highlighting for folks going forward, that they need to rewrite section 2 of the bill so that it is reasonable, because that is not. There is a scheme in section 2 that essentially creates how we will determine whether or not a violation has occurred. And it's just shocking to read this language, because essentially what they're saying is, if a municipality employs an at-large method as opposed to a district method, and there is racially polarized voting occurs, which essentially means that a candidate, again, it doesn't mean anything if you really want to get down to it, because you'd have to be in the head of the voter to know who their preferred candidates are. And why we would put that in language as a definition of something is beyond me. It's just an example of how poorly written this is. Remember that racially polarized voting means where there's a difference between the candidate preferred by the protected class and the candidate preferred by other electors. I don't even know what that means. As I suggested earlier, it implies that people are racist, or that voters should be. And if there is some alternative results where a candidate is elected that is not matching what is expected, and this is all in section 2, subsection 2AI. You can read through this. It basically says any municipality that employs an at-large method and racially polarized voting by protected class electors occurs. Then it says that's a violation, just period. And I don't understand how that could be a violation, because that's not how people operate in this world. I don't think that people vote for candidates based on their race. I just don't see that. I think candidates vote based on their political leanings. And while it may be true that, in practice, you might see candidates of color more successful in parts of the state or country where there are more constituents of color, I think that's merely a coincidence based on representation, that if you have a higher population of minorities in a district, you have a higher likelihood of having one as a candidate. Anyway, this bill deserves a thorough going through. And if it ever makes it to the floor of the Senate, we are going to have a really lengthy conversation about this subject. I just want to do a quick synopsis. It will give the court broad authority to determine whether violations have occurred by using criteria that says the extent to which protected class electors have been elected to office in the state or municipality in question, and then whether protected class electors vote at lower rates in the state, and that's it. But then it also says to determine whether or not racially polarized voting exists, the courts should consider certain factors, okay? And that's evidence concerning elections for members of the town's legislative body, the statistical evidence. It also says somehow that if there are 2 or more protected classes and they are determined, and I don't know by whom, it doesn't say, that they are determined to be politically cohesive, their electoral performances can be aggregated for the purpose of providing racially polarized voting. And it doesn't consider anyone's intent to discriminate or not. And should not consider the evidence of voting patterns, and even explicitly says that the fact that people vote for Democrats or Republicans cannot be used. So it says partisanship doesn't even matter in determining this, which just it shocks me. It almost creates a situation where I don't even know how to describe. There's so many situations that would not make sense. It shall not consider evidence concerning whether protected class electors are geographically concentrated. But then at the same time, I'm just reading some of my notes. The courts can consider all of these factors, but when the time comes that they have to figure out the remedies, they can be completely subjective. If you in the course of determining whether racially polarized voting exists, the bill only considers objective items. But then when it comes to determining whether protected class individuals have been impaired, the bill only wants subjective items to be considered. Probably getting into the gray area for you guys, and I apologize for that. Let's just say that a thorough reading of the first few sections of this bill should give anyone pause about how we go about addressing any impediments to voting based on racial discrimination. We heard a lot of testimony, and I am certainly sympathetic to people that feel that they are somehow discriminated against. The only thing that I actually heard as a concrete example, and I would offer the committee an opportunity to point out anything else that was mentioned that I might have missed, but was repeated over and over again, was the lack of polling places in the major cities, which tend to lead to long lines on election day. And I'm certainly sympathetic to that. In fact, I have brought it up in this committee and on the floor of the Senate quite a few times in our other debates on election law. And I really think that that is something that we need to address because, and again, even that I don't believe is a race issue. I think that just happens to be a city issue, and it's geographical. But because the majority of minority protected class individuals live in our major cities, it tends to impact them disproportionately, and I get that. So we should address it. But the way to address that is simply to make sure that there's enough polling locations and that they are staffed properly so that those lines don't exist. I think the only time I've ever had to stand in line was in the 2018 election. For whatever reason, I was there at my polling place at like 5 p.m. when everybody else decided to vote. And I probably waited for 10 minutes. But my understanding is that if you're trying to vote in places in New Haven and Bridgeport, you might wait for an hour or more. And that's unacceptable. That is ridiculous. I would also point out, though, that the people that are making the decision about how many polling places there are in those cities happen to be the municipal leaders in those communities. And we know what their political affiliation is. And I would suggest that in many, many cases, they're also been elected by the same people in the community. Those same voters ought to hold them to account. So I was actually considering today offering an amendment that actually increased the number of polling places required, or to do a study to say that, if you have a certain population of voters, then you got to have a certain number of polling places per. But at the same time, I don't want to create a municipal mandate, and I don't want to violate home rule. I want to make sure that communities get to make their own choices. And that's another issue with this whole bill, is that it kind of goes against home rule in a lot of places. I firmly believe that there are different levels of government and different roles of government. And in this particular case, it is those municipal governments that should be making these decisions. And I believe we're stepping in here because in some places in this state, municipal government has not been as responsive to the voters as they should be. And I want to see that change also. But the real way for that to change is when the voters step up and demand that change. That's why I like that public hearing suggestion that was brought up earlier. So I'm just going to leave this debate for now. I had so much more to say about it, but I can see people's eyes glazing over, and I don't want to belabor the thing too much. I just want to point out that this has the potential to be a positive piece of legislation, but it's not. Because I think it assumes things about racism that are not accurate. It also uses a methodology which I find offensive because it implies racism where it does not exist. We should address this problem in a couple of different ways. And one of them is to empower people on the municipal level to hold their town leaders accountable for access to voting, including polling locations. We should give them public hearing access so that they can be aware of any districting changes that might impact them. And I said I was done, but I got two very short questions that I would like addressed before we move on from this bill. And through you, Mr. Chairman, does this bill only apply to municipalities, or does it apply to the state government as well?
Mr. Chair, what does the senator mean by that?
Senator Sampson.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chairman, the provisions in this bill seem to apply only to municipal governments. As far as like the requirements and determination about whether or not they're engaged in racially polarized voting and so forth. I see the word municipality mentioned many times, but I want to just make sure that it is limited only to municipal communities and not the state or state legislative districts.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Senator, for that clarification. Yes, so the bill largely references municipalities because, first of all, our voting systems are all run by municipal officials for the most part, town clerks, registrars of voters, and those references to municipalities are in various sections. And also the redistricting provisions has to do with municipal redistricting. State legislative redistricting is a constitutional process, and so that's not affected by this bill.
All right, thank you. Through you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Senator Flexer. So, yeah, it's a worthwhile point that this bill addresses only municipal redistricting and not state redistricting. And I think it's completely ironic because if these same provisions were applied to state redistricting, I think that you would see just how if applied, you would end up with people that are serving an elected office right now that would be subject to scrutiny over racially polarized voting as a result. Read the section is all I could say about how to interpret what they're trying to get at here. It's not an appropriate way to do it. Does this language also apply only to general elections, or does it apply to primary elections also? Through you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Flexer.
Through you, Mr. Chair, it would apply to all elections.
Senator Sampson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and through you. I appreciate that answer, but I don't see any language in here that would lead me to believe it applies in primary elections. And I don't mean to put the gentle lady on the spot, but if I could find a spot in the bill where it actually shows that, I would be very appreciative, because my reading shows that it is only general elections.
Through you, Mr. Chair, my reading is that it applies to all elections, but I would be happy to talk with the good sense. I think that is the intent. So we want these provisions in place to protect the franchise of voters, whether they're voting in a primary or in a general election.
Senator Sampson?
Thank you very much. And thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. All right, I appreciate that. I do believe that this is likely to be even a larger issue during primary elections than in general elections. So it would make sense that that is focused there. Again, I will leave just with a final comment, which is that this is an issue that affects us all. And there's nothing that I would like to see more than our election process in our state, in our country, and certainly on a municipal level be beyond reproach. I want every voter of every background to be able to say that they know that their vote counted and that they were not discriminated against, and that they have confidence that the election results are accurate. And we should be striving towards that every day. This bill, I believe, sets up a system by which that will be undermined, even though I understand that is the opposite of its intent. The way that these provisions are defined and will be implemented are not fair, and they are not reasonable, and they are not without discrimination. I believe there is a large amount of assumption made in this language about people of different ethnic backgrounds that I think is inappropriate. I find the bill actually in its language pretty offensive. And I was hoping to get into that in more detail today, but I will save it for the Senate floor, and hopefully never, because we will address this language before it ever gets there. And I'll be a no today, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Sampson. Appreciate your insight and your comments as always. Further question or comments? Representative Mastrosco, your hands raised, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I got to be honest, I don't even know where to begin with this bill. I have just a couple of questions, maybe just to start off on. So I think we can understand it, and that the public can really understand it. My concern is always, and we've done it in this committee and many other committees, and when I read the bill, it talks a lot about race. And I don't believe that we should be making policy that is going to maybe benefit somebody or not benefit somebody based on race, because I believe that we are protected by our Constitution. Everybody is created equal, and everybody should be treated equally. So when I see bills like this, I'm very, very much concerned. So to my point on, I guess it's line 30 or maybe it's line 34, when you talk about the definition of racially polarized voting, I read what it says, and Senator Sampson read it a couple of times. I just want to know exactly, what does that mean? In layman's terms, I guess, in simple terms for the public to understand, what does racially polarized voting mean?
Representative, I think without being too snide or I'm not trying to show disrespect at all. This means voting in which there is a difference between the candidate or electoral choice preferred by protected class electors and the candidate or electoral choice preferred by all electors. Just without trying, I don't mean to be snide by repeating the definition. That's the best I can do at the moment.
Yeah, and here, because it's a very sensitive topic, right? When we always talk about race in a committee, we do it in this committee, we've done it in other committees. We've had a representative on this committee running for higher office that last year, I remember, we did a bill talking about how white men are not representative of the state, right? So we're constantly putting race into bills, into issues that I think are very, very offensive. So I get it. It's really hard to talk about it. So let's talk about it. When I read this, or can you maybe you can give me an example of racially polarized voting so the public can really understand what it is. Because I'm really trying to understand it, and maybe I'm reading it wrong. But can you give me an example?
I can try. I think what the bill's trying to get at is different instances of voter suppression, for example, and voter dilution. So I'm not sure that's helpful or not.
Not really. Not really. So I guess let me give you what my thought of it is in my head, and maybe you can correct me and tell me if that's the right thing. So if you have a community that is, I don't know, let's just say a higher percentage of minorities in that community, and minority being by race based on the definition that Senator Flexer had explained to Senator Sampson. And let's just say 60% of that community is of minority race and 40% are of, let's just say, white. And there was an election held, and the person running for office was of a minority candidate. And that candidate got, let's say, 70% or 60% of the vote and won the election. Would that be considered racially polarized voting?
I think when I'm not trying to, again, not answer the question, Representative, but I think what we're trying to, rather than look at it in that light, I think look at it in the scope of the scope of the whole bill. And so if the bill is to be, for purpose of your question, I think racial polarized voting, we have to look at then how does it interact with the balance of the bill, and how would that term be employed and defined for the balance of the bill? So, for instance, racially polarized voting is measured, my understanding is measured objectively and can be demonstrated by expert evidence. So as the process we're to continue, you look at it through, it's difficult to say yes or no to your question. If you looked at by experts and objectively through that lens, I think it's difficult to say yes or no to your question.
So the outcome of the election, whoever the candidate is what determines if it's racially polarized voting. It would have to be. Would you agree?
I'm not sure if you can. I don't know if I necessarily would agree. I think that'd be part of the.
So
get it.
Yeah, no. I should have had it on mute. It's my house phone. So sorry. The outcome in racially polarized voting, whatever that outcome is determining whether or not it's racially polarized voting. So what I'm trying to get is, what is that outcome that determines it? Is it if you live in a district where it is mostly, I don't know, 70% of a white community, and maybe like 30% of the population is of a minority based on race that you say, and a white person was running against a minority and the white person won the election, would that be racially polarized voting? And I think for a bill like this to come before us and to make change and to put into statute, it's very, very important that the community and the people, not only that they understand it, and not only that when we're voting on this, the people who presented the bill, who I don't know whose proposal this is, they understand it too, because it could have a significant impact in both ways, right? It could affect a population like Bridgeport. It can affect the outcome of an election in Bridgeport. It can affect the outcome of an election in the suburb. Let's just say my town, for example, for Woolkit. So it's very important that people understand what that means. In my mind, when I read this, it's telling me that if the minority does not win the race, then that is racially polarized voting, because the outcome that they desired was not the result. And we're assuming that people are voting for a candidate based on their race. And we know in Connecticut that's not true. Do we have any evidence at all, which I don't even know if we do, because I don't think anybody really understands this. Do we have any evidence of racially polarized voting here in Connecticut that we can cite? For you, Mr. Chairman. That's a
Thank you,
question.
Representative. I think again, it's a difficult question to answer because we have never, this language is not yet law, and so we've never looked at it this way. And we've never let the process work itself out, so we have nothing, I think, concrete that we can actually look to say whether or not we have that answer.
Right. So it goes to my next question is, why are we creating public policy when we don't even know if this is even a problem here in Connecticut? We can assume it because maybe it's going on in other areas. I have no idea. But based on what I'm reading this, if I am of a minority, a black and brown community, and the person who gets elected is white, that would be a racially polarized voting because my community was not the one that was elected. But it's the people who make that choice. We have examples here in Connecticut all over the place. People have voted for Barack Obama. People have voted for Johanna Hayes. That I would assume the demographics in that whole area are not as much minority. There's quite a few, which is wonderful, but they were elected by non-minority people. We have incidents in Connecticut, even in in Hartford, for example, and the Speaker of the House represents a district in Hartford that is very heavily minority, and they chose to elect him as a white person because they feel that he is doing the best job for them, not because of his color. They voted for him because they like his policy and they like the job that he's doing, and vice versa as well. So I'm really just trying to get to the ground here. What is racially polarized voting? It's what it is not giving you the outcome that you desire. It's the outcome of that election that determines whether or not it's racially polarized voting. And that is my biggest problem with it, is that we keep inflicting race into legislation, making policy on it. And I truly believe in my heart that we all should be created equal. And the more we put policy in place like this, the more divided we become. Because I am going to say that 90% of people in this state, yes, we do have some discrimination. Obviously, that does exist in the world. But people are good people, and they vote for somebody based on their policy and their character and what they stand for, not because of race. This bill clearly, in my mind, now, please prove me wrong. Show me some evidence that this is going on in our state, that we've gotten to people's minds, like Senator Sampson said, and said that they voted for somebody because of their race. Show me that it exists on a wide scale, and we can have that conversation. But the only way, you'll never change that. You can change all the demographics you want in the state. You can change lines and you can do whatever. But at the end of the day, people are going to vote their conscience. They're going to vote based on issues. They're going to vote based on character and what that candidate brings to the table. You can do it all you want. You can gerrymander all you want. It's not going to change the outcome. But what I will say today that does exist is that people vote by party. They vote by whether you're a Democrat, maybe, or a Republican, or maybe you're an independent or unaffiliated. That I would agree on a big scale that does exist more so than people voting by race. So this is the biggest concern I have with this. There's other language in this bill that is very, very concerning as well, but that is the biggest concern I have to me. And I guess I can go on and on this. I guess we'll save it for a debate on the floor, but this language really seriously should be looked at. And I think people really need to understand it, that we don't vote for people based on the color of their skin. And I just really believe that that's what this bill does. If we are trying to elect more people of a minority group, then just say it. Just say that, look, at this bill, we're trying to elect more people of a minority or give them an opportunity. I mean, everybody has an opportunity to run for office. Everybody has an opportunity to vote. But to put all this language in, racially polarized voting, and can't even explain it, if that's what we're trying to do, then let's just talk about it. Say, yes, we're trying to get more people of a diverse group to run for office. The other question I have is why, and I believe Senator Sampson brought up a good point, why does this only apply to a municipality? If truly you were trying to curb racially polarized voting, why doesn't it include legislators? Just curious. No answer.
I was having trouble with me, but I apologize. I think if it addresses municipality, so if there's an issue in the municipality, then the action can be brought.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just thinking, does racially polarized voting only happen at a municipal level and it doesn't happen at a state level? Well, that'd be impossible because all those minds are still the same. It doesn't change. So that's why it just doesn't really make any sense to me. But enough of the debate on this today. I know you want to move forward. We'll talk more about it, certainly if this bill comes to the floor. But obviously I'll be a no today, but I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Representative. I look forward to discussions with you on the other bills as we move forward. Any other question or comments? Seeing none, will the clerk please call the roll?
Flexer,
Senator Flexer votes yes.
Fox,
Representative Fox votes yes.
Haskell, Senator Haskell,
Senator Haskell votes in the affirmative.
Thomas, Sampson,
Senator Sampson votes no.
Mr. Francesco,
Representative Master Francesco votes no.
Blumenthal, Carpino,
Representative Carpino votes no.
Fishbein, France, Haddad,
Yes, Representative Haddad votes yes.
Labriola, McCarthy Vehy,
Representative McCarthy Vehy votes yes.
McCrory, Morin Bello,
Representative Morin Bello votes yes.
Palm,
Representative Palm votes yes.
Rosario, Santiago,
Santiago votes yes.
Slap,
Senator Slapp votes yes.
I apologize, Senator, one more time, please.
Senator Slapp votes yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Next, we might as well keep moving. We will go with, we will first, before we continue, I'll make a quick announcement. Votes will be held open until probably would say 30 minutes until after recess. Does that make sense for everyone? Is that okay with everyone? So for recess at 5:30, votes will be held open to 6. Recess at 6, votes will be held open to 6:30. Thank you. Moving on, why don't we go right into item number 23, Senate number 30, resolution proposing a state constitutional amendment to recognize the right of personal and reproductive autonomy and freedom. Jeff, the floor is their motion.
So moved.
And a second.
Second.
Motion made by Senator Fletcher, second by Representative McCarthy Vehy. The resolution before us proposes a constitutional amendment to prohibit laws that deny or infringe on personal reproductive autonomy and freedom unless there is a compelling state interest and the law achieves it by least restrictive means. Any question or comments? Representative Master Francesco, your hand is raised. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This constitutional amendment that is proposed before us here today is very broad. So I'm trying to narrow down exactly what this means in the question that would be on the ballot. And just to confirm, just before I begin that, Mr. Chairman, I just want to clarify that the process for changing our constitution, it would have to get a 75% vote out of the legislature in this year to be on the ballot. If it does not, it would have to go for a vote again before the legislature, the next legislature would only need a 50%, 51% vote, and then it would go on the ballot that next election. Is that correct? Because this is a constitutional amendment.
That's right, Representative. And the second would have to be the exact same resolution the second time out. So your process that you've outlined is correct.
Correct. Thank you. Thank you. So just for clarification, what does this resolution actually mean? Is this resolution for abortion only? Through you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Flexer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, Mr. Chair, the resolution before us would protect the full spectrum of reproductive health care for citizens in the state of Connecticut. So it would cover the right to medical procedures like abortion. It would also cover access to birth control and other forms of health care that are related to reproduction.
Representative Esposito.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for that answer. So this resolution to the Constitution will protect women, so they can continue to get an abortion. And our laws that we have in statute right now when it pertains to abortion, you can have an abortion up to a certain time. If this resolution passes and it is in our Constitution, would someone be able to get an abortion up until 9 months, up until birth? Through you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Flexer.
Through you, Mr. Chair, if this change to our Constitution were put in place, it would ensure that there couldn't be laws on our books in the future that would limit the right to various healthcare procedures when it comes to reproduction. And while primarily it would affect women, I would also argue that it would ensure that you couldn't, in the future, there may be some healthcare procedures we know about now, some that may exist at some future point that would affect men as well. Those would be protected, but no law could be passed to infringe upon a person's individual rights to their own reproductive decisions unless there was a compelling state interest or and that law be as minimally restrictive as possible to ensure that freedom continued. And I apologize, Mr. Chair. As many of the members know, there are multiple committees happening at the same time, and there's one committee where the votes are not being held open. So I apologize for being a little disjointed. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I thank the good ranking.
Thank you. So, no, based on this resolution, if passed, no law can be passed to prevent a woman from getting an abortion. That means that the laws we have on the books now, on our statute now would go away, and someone can obtain an abortion up until time of birth. Basically, that's what you're telling me. If no laws can be created, is that a right analogy? Through you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Flexer.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, I don't believe that is a correct analogy. If there was a compelling state interest, that would fall within the parameters of the constitutional amendment, and the constitutional amendment would not change existing statutes.
Thank you for that. So what would be a compelling interest? We have laws here now when it pertains to abortion. What would be a compelling interest? What would happen with the laws that exist right now in statute when it comes to abortion?
Senator Flexer.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I would give an example that there could be a future form of birth control, perhaps, that might be something that people might want to partake in, but it could come out that perhaps that prescription drug causes a more serious medical condition, perhaps cancer, and maybe there would be a compelling state interest to ban the use of that prescription drug here in the state of Connecticut. So that would be an example of a compelling state interest that would supersede a person's right to that particular drug.
Representative Pesco.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Maybe I should have just been more clear, and I apologize. I wasn't really talking about a drug. Right now, we have abortion laws in Connecticut. Should this resolution pass, you had said that there might be a compelling reason. Would there be a compelling reason to prevent someone from getting an abortion should this pass? Through you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Flexer.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, that would be determined by a future legislature.
Thank you for that. But we already have laws in statute right now pertaining to abortion. What I want to know is, will those laws that are in statute right now that pertain to abortion, would those be null and void or unconstitutional, I would say, based on the language in this resolution? Through you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Flexer.
You, Mr. Chair, no, they would not be.
So the laws that we have in our statute right now pertaining to an abortion would still exist. And if a woman wants to have an abortion at their 9-month, that would not be allowed under this resolution to the Constitution, this amendment to the Constitution?
Senator Flexer.
Through you, Mr. Chair, would the good ranking member mind repeating the question?
If a woman, based on the current statutes that we have today, should this amendment to the Constitution pass, would a woman be able to have an abortion up till birth, up till the time of birth? It's simple, yes or no.
Through you, Mr. Chair, thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, this amendment does not address that issue.
So what would address that issue? Because based on what the resolution reads, the way the question reads and the amendment to the Constitution is very broad. And I believe in the statement you had made just a few minutes ago, it would protect them to make their own decisions. So I'm a little confused. I guess I'm looking for clarification. Can a woman have an abortion up to the time of birth with this amendment?
Senator Flexer.
Through you, Mr. Chair, the question that the good representative is asking is not addressed in the resolution that's before us.
I understand that, but what is the intent? It may not be addressed, so what is the purpose of the amendment that we have before us? Of course, it means everything. If you have an amendment to the Constitution, and listen, I'm no expert on the Constitution and I'm not a lawyer, but I do know one thing. If the Constitution says one thing and our statutes say another thing, our statutes could be unconstitutional. I would think that's logical. I think I'm correct on that. Of course, I'm sure somebody on this committee will tell me if I'm wrong. So if our laws prohibit an abortion at the time of birth, if this is changed, this amendment passes, can a woman have an abortion at the time of birth, up to the time of birth?
Representative, I think Senator Flexer attempted to answer that question. Might not be to your liking, but I will give Senator Moore wish to try again. I'll give a chance. I think she's attempted to answer the question several times.
You don't have to answer it, Senator Flexer. I get it. This is the whole problem. You want to make a major change to our Constitution. That is a very sensitive issue when it comes to abortion. We have to protect the unborn. You want to protect the women that make those choices, but yet we can't get a straight answer. This is the problem. It's simple. It's like we're running around. We're not answering the question and giving a clear definition of what a constitutional amendment exactly means. That's the problem. So if we are going to say that women are protected, they can have an abortion whenever they want, based on what this language reads, then that's what it should say. It's to let women have an abortion up to the time of birth. Prove me that I'm wrong with this. Put it in there. Put it in there. Change the amendment to the Constitution to say what the intent really is, but don't make it so confusing and so broad that people can't understand it. We know what it means in our head, but we don't want to say it. We don't want to say it in public. We don't want to talk about it here in our meeting because it's such a sensitive issue. And this is what the problem with all this legislation and all this stuff in here. It's all a play on words. And we can't, this is the place that we get the correct answers, because when we get on the floor to debate it, you're only allowed to ask those questions so many times and then they shoot you down. So this is the place, this is the home to have those discussions. And I think they're meaningful discussions that we should have. So I will, I'm very concerned about this. It's very broad. And I'm sure other people may comment on it and certainly give their input on it, but those were my concerns. It's unfortunate I couldn't get the answers to my question. I don't think I'll get them on the floor, but I think I will get those answers should this go onto a ballot someday. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. Up next, Senator Sampson, your hand raised, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate you calling upon me. Just following up on my colleagues' Q&A, I think what's most important for this debate is to come up with a definition for reproductive autonomy and freedom. I noticed that there is no definition in the proposed resolution. Often when we write legislation, we use a definition for clarifying purposes. And when we don't have a definition, we use the common understanding of the words. And I just think that this choice of words is not as clear as it could be. And I think the reason for that is simply that, the term reproductive, I'm sorry, what is it again? Autonomy, reproductive autonomy is something that the pro-choice advocates have chosen as vernacular to refer to the right to abortion. So is it safe to assume, through Mr. Chairman, that the definition of personal reproductive autonomy and freedom is the right to an abortion?
Senator Flexer.
Through you, Mr. Chair, the language that's contemplated, as I referenced earlier, I believe speaks to the full spectrum reproductive choices that one may have. So it is about continuing to ensure that there are right to abortion in our state, but it's also about accessing other forms of healthcare that can give people with regard to reproduction and be well. So it's not just abortion; it would also be about access to birth control and other forms of healthcare. And again, see down the road in terms of things that empower people to make their own choices about how to use their reproductive systems.
Senator Sampson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I thank the gentle lady for her answer. I do want to point out that she does have some kind of audio problem. It was very difficult to make out what Senator Flexer was saying. I did hear her say that the word abortion is included, and I do certainly understand and respect that the term personal reproductive autonomy might include things beyond that. But the focus of this, debate in the Q&A is about abortion rights, and I think that's obvious to everyone. So if that's the case, I hesitate to ask similar questions to Representative Master Francesco because she didn't really get anywhere, but I will ask two questions anyway, which is, does this constitutional amendment, if it is passed and voted favorably by the legislature, goes on the ballot and is passed by the citizens of Connecticut, it will prohibit any restriction on abortion rights in the state of Connecticut? Is that correct? Through you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Flexer.
Through you, Mr. Chair, and let me just apologize for any audio issues I had in the past. I certainly didn't mean for the members of the committee to not be able to hear my response. With regard to this, the language in the amendment is, again, I just want to clarify, this is about the full spectrum of reproductive health care. And yes, is the driving interest behind this a real concern that in just a very short period of time in this country, the constitutional right to access abortion is about to disappear? Absolutely. But it is about the broad spectrum of reproductive health care. And so moving forward, I believe this amendment would act in concert with our existing statutory provisions that protect right to abortion and other forms of reproductive health care. And moving forward, if this constitutional amendment were to become an actual part of our Constitution, it would limit changes in our existing statutes that would limit access to abortion and other forms of reproductive health care, and other potential policies that would limit a person's ability to make their own decisions when it comes to reproduction, unless there was a compelling state interest. And so there's a balance there. I believe in the earlier conversation, I gave an example. I'm happy to give that again. But the goal here is to give residents of Connecticut an even higher level of confidence that despite what many of us view to be scary changes that are happening in our country, that if you are a resident of the state of Connecticut, you will continue to enjoy the full protections with regard to making your own choices on abortion and other reproductive health care issues in the state of Connecticut, as we've enjoyed in this country for nearly 50 years.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Sampson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I thank Senator Flexer for that answer. I'll just I appreciate everything that was said, and I'm not trying to make this more complicated than it is I guess the issue. But I would point out, just in response to the answer I just got, that the issue of abortion is not something that is settled for everyone across the spectrum in the country. That's safe to say. There are people on all sides of this issue, and I think there are a great many people that fall at different places along the spectrum. There are some people that are adamantly pro-life. There's no question about that. They don't believe in abortion in any circumstance. And I think there are a great many people that believe that there should be no restrictions on abortion whatsoever, even up to the moment of birth. The thing is that I think that the vast majority of Americans fall somewhere in between, which is that they believe that abortion should be rare but accessible, and that it should be limited. And I think that that's why we've seen across the country various limitations placed on abortion by various states, limiting the time frame that you can have an abortion after conception, et cetera. I don't proclaim to have the answer to this question, and I am not trying to even make a statement on what's right or wrong. My line of questioning is about understanding what's happening. And I would like very much to know what I'm voting on. And if I am voting in favor of a constitutional amendment that recognizes a right of personal reproductive autonomy, I got a lot of questions. And the first question that I have that is most important is, if this passes and becomes a part of our Constitution, does that mean that if someone attempts to put a law in place in Connecticut that restricts abortion in the third trimester, would that bill be allowed to become law, or would it be deemed unconstitutional? That's really the simplest version of the question, and that's a yes or no question. I know that we've asked it in similar ways, but really I just want that answer, is if someone after this becomes part of our Constitution put a bill in that very simply restricted the right to access to abortion in the third trimester of a pregnancy, would that be unconstitutional? Through you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. And again, I don't mean to, I think Senator Flex attempted to answer that same question as proposed Representative Massachusetts side. I don't mean to not have you answer. I can allow Senator Flex the floor to try to respond, but I think she attempted to answer Senator Representative Massachusetts several times. But I'll allow Senator Flex the opportunity to address it again.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I get to answer this time without having to try to vote in the other committee. So I appreciate the opportunity to respond to Mr. Chair and the question. So the provisions of the amendment before us would prohibit any laws from being passed that would limit someone's ability to make their own reproductive healthcare choices, unless there is a compelling state interest. And so when the example is given with regard to an abortion at the 9th month of a pregnancy, that's already very unlikely to occur in our state. That happens very rarely in Connecticut, and frankly, it happens very rarely in general. It happens when the life of the mother is in danger. And so, if someone were to introduce a bill to outright ban abortions within the 9 months of a pregnancy, that's already something that isn't happening and isn't allowed to happen. And so I think there's a balance here, and the amendment before us strikes that balance, right? So again, the example I gave earlier, if you could demonstrate there was a compelling state interest to limit something along the spectrum of reproductive health care, then that would be allowed to go forward.
Senator Sampson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate the answer. I didn't expect a lengthy answer. I think it's a pretty straightforward question. I also did not say 9th month. I said 3rd trimester. Let me try a more direct question. If the legislature were to pass a restriction on any abortions, including the exception for life of the mother, that were in the last trimester of a pregnancy, and there is no compelling state interest to override that, would that be in violation of this constitutional provision? I think the answer is yes, and I think it's obviously yes. And I'm just wondering why the gentle lady is reluctant to give me just the yes answer to my question. You can couch it in whatever terms, but I don't see that there could be a compelling state interest. Let's assume there is not. Based on the words that I've heard as an answer, it sounds to me like restricting abortion in legislative action would be a infringement on the right to personal reproductive autonomy. If I'm wrong, please tell me. But that's the crux of this thing. That's what the public needs to know leaving this committee meeting today. People on the street are going to want to know what we're trying to do here. And they deserve to know. I mean, it's just a matter of, it's simple as that. And to have a vague answer to that question about whether 3rd trimester abortions will be allowed effectively if they are not restricted by the legislature, and this constitutional amendment passes, would that legislation be, I got sidetracked. Never mind. The point of the matter is I need to know whether or not this would restrict any restrictions on abortion whatsoever. And And just while we're at it, how about other things, even simpler things like if I put a bill in like I do every year to require parental notification for abortion, and I do so because I believe that parental notification catches bad actors. And I include in that legislation a caveat to protect young teen pregnant women who might have a reason to prevent notifying their parents by using the probate court system as a mechanism to not have the parental notification go forward. But I believe that's a good policy. I believe that catches abusers and rapists and things like that. And I can understand where we might disagree on it. But I think that is a law in the majority of states in the country. And I have always hoped that we would get over that hurdle in Connecticut. We would make that the law in Connecticut. Would such a law be in violation of this constitutional provision? Through you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Flexer.
Through you, Mr. Chair, a law like that would have to be balanced between whether or not, if this constitutional amendment were to become a part of our Constitution, whether or not an individual's personal reproductive autonomy and freedom was violated by the law, and whether or not that was overbalanced by a restricted, compelling state interest that would require the law to be necessary.
Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate the answer. Again, though, I find it to be a non-answer. At some point, this is going to be debated in the public. It's going to be debated in the media, and there's going to be a lot of activity, and we're going to be getting emails back and forth about how you should vote for this and you should not vote for this. And I believe it's a disservice to the public to not have solid answers to these questions. There is intent for this legislation, and I believe that intent is clear to me, that it is to prohibit any restrictions on abortion rights whatsoever. I'm not saying that's even right or wrong. I'm just suggesting that that's what the policy appears to do. And I think that is important for the public to know. I guess I'm done asking questions, but I will just make a couple of comments. First off, I think that the constitutional amendment, if you're going to write such a thing, you should be clear about what it is. It should contain the word abortion, as well as personal reproductive autonomy, assuming you want to include things like access to birth control, et cetera. But the primary focus of this debate is whether abortion rights should extend to the full term pregnancy or not, I believe, because to me, that is the overriding issue that is in the public. As I mentioned before, I think people fall along a spectrum, and even people that identify as pro-choice have issues with late-term abortions. And I think even people that identify as pro-life sometimes are not against every conceivable measure of birth control. And I fall in that category of somewhere in between, like a lot of people do. And that's why it's so important to know what this bill means. And I almost believe that using the term personal reproductive autonomy is deceptive. And I think that's unfortunate. And I don't think we should ever use any deceptive language in a constitutional amendment. I don't mean to be offensive by saying that, but to me, I find it that way because we don't have answers to the basic question. I think that if I'm correct, that this constitutional amendment would prohibit a parental notification law in the state of Connecticut, if it would prohibit any restriction on abortion whatsoever, including third trimester abortions where the life of the mother is not threatened, I think that's an extreme position. And I believe that the average person in the state of Connecticut will consider that an extreme position also. I also believe that's the reason for the reluctance to give a clear answer on the question, because once that becomes clear to members of the public, I think that there might be a very different, overriding public opinion on the subject. Nowhere in this constitutional amendment is the life of the unborn child considered, by the way, or is it? It says no law shall be enacted to deny or infringe the right of personal reproductive autonomy and freedom. And if you're applying that just to the mother, certainly it means one thing. But if you consider the unborn child to also be a person who shares the same natural rights protected in our Constitution, it means something else entirely, which is why I have said several times now that I believe that the language of the amendment should be more specific about what is being considered. At some point, every fetus becomes a life, and people differ on when that time begins. Some people believe it happens at conception. I think other people who are on this extreme pro-abortion end of the spectrum would say that that doesn't occur until the baby's actually born. But I think the vast majority of members of the public would have a tough time saying that a fetus that's 8 months into a pregnancy is not a life or a child, or doesn't deserve the same constitutional protections of life that currently exist in our US Constitution. And I believe that this language before us may imply that that fetus is due the same protection, which is why it's unclear and why these questions are necessary and why we should have straight answers. I'm going to oppose this, Mr. Chairman. I would have liked to know more specifically whether or not the answers to my questions, but hopefully that will come out at some point, and we will know what we're debating going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Sampson. Representative Palmer, your hand is raised. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I too agree that language in bills should be as clear as possible and specific. And so I agree with Senator Sampson in the sense that this bill could have been written in a more clear and stronger way. However, I am not at all reluctant to say that Connecticut is a state where abortion is safe and legal, where I believe it should remain so after the really unfortunate but probably inevitable overturning by the Supreme Court of Roe. I think we need to look at what our statutes actually say, because there seems to be a lot of question about that. Statute 19-602, Section B, bans post-viability abortion currently in Connecticut. Viability meaning the fetus can live outside of the womb. Full term is 40 weeks. 37 weeks is considered premature, but we all know that premature babies can be viable and live. But 24 weeks is a long way away from 40. And currently we do not allow abortion in Connecticut post-viability. If you look strictly at the math, it would be 27 weeks, because 40 divided by 3 times 2 is actually 27. But the way Roe was written is 24. So here in Connecticut, we say 24 for viability. Unless a mother's life is at stake. And I do think even the most fervent anti-choice people would have to probably, in most cases, go with the life of the existing mother versus the fetus/baby. So therefore, I think it's important for us to know what our statute is. I intend to vote yes on this bill, because while I absolutely agree that abortion is a personal choice, this bill, this constitutional amendment, would not require people to have an abortion. It would allow women to continue to have the babies that they want to have, but it would protect those people, 80% of the public of whom believes abortion should remain safe and legal. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Palm. Any further questions, comments? Representative Carpino, I think your hand is raised with the glare behind you, but I think your hand is raised.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No comments, but no questions, but just a comment. I fall on that spectrum. one of those women, one of those Connecticut residents who is happy that she lives and her daughter lives in Connecticut, where we have access and readily available access to safe end of life pregnancy options. And that's what we're talking about. This reproductive autonomy is misleading. We're talking about terminating a pregnancy. And I'm tired of the pro and the anti-labels. I firmly believe that this is a personal choice and that it is firmly embedded in our statutes already. It is for a woman to decide. I'm continued day in and day out in this General Assembly. We fail to talk about the trauma to every woman who is faced with this difficult decision, because regardless of the decision of a woman, it is a difficult one. And we need to respect that. We need to stop throwing around labels and respect the personal autonomy of someone's choice. But with that said, we're talking about giant mental health crisis in our state, a staggering educational impact to our kids. I don't know if anybody else has gone to the gas station or the grocery store. Prices are through the roof and our businesses are reeling. And the fact that we're talking about yet another potential constitutional amendment when we have really important issues to address and the rights of women, and again, a right I support, already in our statutes, is a disservice to our residents. So, sir, I might be voting no today, but it's for a very different reason. I believe that this is an issue that has already been addressed. And if we're going to start adding every statute that is already set in stone to our Constitution, it's going to be one heck of a document. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Representative Carpino. Any further questions or comments from the committee? Seeing none, will the clerk please call the roll?
Flexer. Senator Flexer votes yes. Fox.
Representative Fox votes yes.
Haskell.
Senator Haskell votes yes.
Thomas. Sampson.
Senator Sampson votes no.
Master Francesco.
Representative Mastro Francesco votes no.
Blumenthal. Carpino.
Representative Carpino votes no.
Fishbein. France.
Representative France votes no.
Haddad.
Representative Haddad votes yes.
Labriola. McCarthy Vehi.
Representative McCarthy Vehi votes yes.
McCrory. Moran Bello.
Representative Moran Bello votes yes.
Palm.
Representative Palm votes yes.
Rosario.
Representative Rosario votes yes.
Santiago.
Santiago votes yes.
Slap. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. As stated earlier, votes remain open until 30 minutes after the committee recesses, once the business is done here. I think with that being said, we may take a brief recess. Sorry, there's some members that I've been notified need to vote in judiciary, so we may take a brief recess now, 3 to 5 minutes perhaps, so members can go vote in judiciary. We will come back in about 3 minutes. Committee stands and recess for a few moments. Members will vote in judiciary. Be right back. Thank you. think if members are ready, we may go ahead and reconvene. Thank you for your patience. Madam Clerk, you all set?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Great. Moving on, why don't we start with number 20? House Bill 5498, our annual days, month, and weeks bill, JFS language. JFS, 1 second. LCO 4125, motion on the floor. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Senator Flex, second by Senator Haskell. The bill is our annual days, weeks, and months bill acknowledging different days, weeks, and months for various awareness treatments and diseases, as well as symbols and pets and even candy this time. So any questions or comments? Representative Mastrosky, hands raised, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Normally when we do the days, weeks, and months, are they all always incorporated into one bill? I think I remember when we did pizza last year, it was just one individual bill. Is it common that we put them all together?
It is typically, last year, I think pizza, for whatever reason, I think ended up as a standalone bill, but the other these, for the most part, we typically try to group them all in one kind of aircraft carrier, and that's what we decided to do this year.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I mean, this is just a standard bill. We always have days, weeks, months proposed every year in our committee, so it's fine. I don't have, if there's no objection, Mr. Chairman, I'm okay with putting this on the consent calendar.
Okay, thank you. I think I'll allow Representative McCarthy to speak before we make that motion. Representative McCarthy, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Chairman Fox. I certainly have no objection. I just wanted to note that I'm grateful to the committee leadership for hearing this bill, and particularly for allowing the students from Dwight Elementary in Fairfield to learn more about the legislative process and the ability to advocate to make lollipops the state candy. I know sometimes we, as a legislature, we get flack for doing bills like this when there are so many issues before us. But I think this is a really incredible opportunity for those young people to learn and hopefully remain engaged in the civic process throughout their lifetime. So thank you very much for this opportunity. And again, I certainly look forward to it being on the consent calendar. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Any further questions or comments? Any objection to this bill moving to the consent calendar? Not, the bill is added to the consent calendar. Thank you. Up next, we will go to, 1 second. Up next, I'm going to move to item number 19, House Bill 5492. Now concerning the process for public health and civil preparedness emergency declarations. Is there a motion? Jeff, the floor. Is there a motion?
So moved.
And a second.
Second.
Motion made by Senator Fletcher, second by Representative McCarthy-Vahey. The bill before us makes several changes to the public health and civil preparedness emergency declaration laws. It's my understanding this bill is still somewhat of I hate these phrase work in progress, but a work in progress. There's members of the legislature are still trying to come to an agreement on final language. So I think it's safe to say that the language before us today may not be the language that we ultimately see should the matter become law. I'm always reluctant to have members of the committee vote on bills like that, but I think in this situation, that is actually the intent of the legislation moving forward. Representative Mastrosky, hand raised, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There was no substitute language on this. From my understanding, the leadership on both sides of the aisle are actually working on this, and this will be, there will be changes to this before it comes to the floor. Should it come to the floor? Is that correct, Mr. Chairman?
That's my understanding. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I think it's important. I think this is an important piece of legislation that we have dealt with over the last couple of years when it comes to our public health and civil preparedness emergency declarations. I definitely think the discussions need to continue, and hopefully we can come to a a resolution on it, because I think it's very, very important based on what we've been through for the last couple of years. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. Senator Sampson, your hand raised, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Just a couple things to say about this one. First off, I'm not a fan of work in progress bills. I believe the legislative process gives us the tools to make the necessary changes. And the reason why we're meeting today in the committee is to actually finalize legislation before it goes to the House and Senate floor. But in this particular case, I understand that the leadership of the House and Senate, Republicans and Democrats, want to have a conversation about what might ultimately end up in this bill. I think they should have had that conversation before we voted on it today. But but since we're not, I will vote it out of committee. But I do want to just state for the record that this is something very near and dear to me. Anyone who's been following me knows that I have probably been the most outspoken opponent of the governor's repeated renewals of his emergency powers. And I understand that that has now expired and the legislature has declared the most recent emergency. That's a whole other separate debate. But the fact of the matter is the process is way too easy for the governor to declare an emergency. He simply gets to declare an emergency because he says so. Which has always been an issue to me. You know, if you're going to say that we should be in a state of emergency because of a public health crisis, then there should be some basis for that, rather than just the governor's individual opinion. And I believe, you know, that having a process that is legislative in nature so that the representatives of the citizens can have a say on it is paramount and can overcome the lack of a defined, you know, basis for a public health emergency or a civil preparedness emergency by giving the people a voice. The problem I've always had with this process is not only does it give the governor extraordinary power to make that determination on his own, the only way to overcome his determination is through a process that is quite partisan. So if you have a situation where the governor happens to be in the same party as the legislative bodies, and if those legislative bodies have significant majorities on top of it, the governor can basically declare an emergency anytime he wants. And as long as the legislators are willing, they can continue it indefinitely. And I believe we witnessed a little bit of that over the past 2 years. And that's why it's so important to get this right. I just want to state for the record for anyone looking at this going forward that the only fair way to do this really is to give a voice to all of the legislative leaders on an equal basis, or to make the threshold for an objection very low. I had put a proposed bill in to say that any single member of the General Assembly can object and require a vote on whether an emergency has been declared. And that might sound silly, but I think what it does is make it clear that an emergency has got to be an emergency that everyone recognizes, not just one party. And we had several votes on the extension of the emergency that the governor declared that were party line votes. And if the minority doesn't think there's an emergency and the majority does, something is wrong. And that's the number one thing that has to be fixed in this piece of our statutes. And I'll just leave it there. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Sampson. Any further questions or comments? Representative Mashpee, your hand raised, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If there's no objection, we can put this on the consent calendar.
Thank you, Representative. Any objection to this matter being placed in the consent calendar? Seeing none, item 19, House Bill 5492 will be added to the consent calendar. Thank you, Representative Mashpee. Up next, item number 18, House Bill 5461, an act establishing a task force to study ballot placement referendum questions, JFS 4096. Is there a motion?
So moved.
And a second?
Second.
Moved by Senator Flex, second by Representative McCarthy-Leahy. The underlying JFS language strikes the bill in totality. In its place, implements a task force, which it will be used to review and effectively implement procedures for early voting and no absentee voting whenever such voting may be authorized in the state constitution. The idea being that with the question on the forthcoming ballot this November for early voting, that perhaps we may want to use some time, should it be enacted before it's enacted, if it is enacted, to prepare ourselves for what we need to come to implement procedures related to that in the future legislative sessions. Task force is to begins work on, I believe, November 15th as the proposed start date, and terminate and submit the report by February 15th, 2023. So it's a quick turnaround time. With the hoping that should the task force get together and get recommendations, they can then hand them off to the next legislature to review and potentially implement. Representative Henry, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have to say, I admire your confidence that this bill, that this resolution is going to pass once it's on the ballot. It's early, I think, to do this, but I think it's necessary because should it pass, obviously that we need to be prepared when it comes to no excuse absentee voting. I mean, when it comes to early voting, not so sure that we need to talk about no excuse absentee voting in this bill, to have a task force for that. And I do believe that is included in here, Mr. Chairman, no excuse.
In lines 3 and 4, or lines 2, 3, and 4, it identifies provisions of general statute necessary to effectively implement procedures for early voting and no excuse absentee voting. Whenever such voting may be authorized. So yes, the idea is that they look at both those procedures whenever such voting may be authorized under the Constitution.
Yeah, I would like because the no excuse absentee voting will be, the early voting will be on the ballot this year. I think it's certainly important to be ahead of it and certainly put a task force together. When it comes to no excuse absentee voting, I think it's kind of early for that. I'd like to see that wait. But I understand we certainly need to be prepared on it. Those were just my concerns on it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. Senator Sampson, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The substitute language, as discussed, essentially creates a task force to study implementing procedures for early voting and no excuse absentee voting. And as was pointed out, early voting is on the ballot this November, but has not been authorized by the voters. And as has been pointed out, it's been on the ballot before and failed. And no excuse absentee voting has not even been passed by the legislature as a constitutional amendment the requisite number of times or by the requisite 75%. So in some respects, I do believe it's premature also. However, I do know that in conversations with the chairs of this committee, we have all decided that we want to get together to talk about these things to make sure that if these policies do happen and we do have constitutional amendments, that we do have the appropriate policy in place. That said, and I am sincere, and I know they are, in having those conversations, I'm still going to vote no on this bill today. And the reason why is primarily because of the makeup of this task force is overwhelmingly slanted to folks in the majority. And I think the ranking members and chairs of this committee ought to be part of that task force. For one thing, and I'm just flagging it. I'm not encouraging anyone else to vote no with me, but I just want to have that conversation and maybe we can make this a little more even-handed going forward. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. Reasonable concerns, and I appreciate your comments. Senator Flex, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was just going to say the same thing that you did, and frankly, Mr. Chair, I think that when our experience, at least in this committee in the last year, is that when the leadership of this committee is empowered to make appointments, those appointments happen. And sometimes the legislative leaders have many appointments on their desks and those appointments don't get made. So I will just say that we didn't give better direction to LCO when drafting the substitute language, but moving forward, I do think what the good ranking member from the Senate suggested with regard to changing the makeup is the direction we should go in, and try to make sure that this committee is both bipartisan and that the appointed people be people that there can be respect and confidence from both sides of the aisle, so that the work that they do over the months outlined here could be really meaningful to the work of this committee next year, whether this committee is led by those of us that are here right now or other legislators from the future. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator. I agree with your sentiments wholeheartedly and look forward to the discussions and revisions as we move forward. Any further question or comments? Seeing none, will the clerk please call the roll?
Flexer,
Senator Flexer votes yes.
Fox,
Representative Fox votes yes.
Haskell,
Senator Haskell votes yes.
Thomas, Sampson,
Senator Sampson votes no.
Master Francesco,
Representative Mastro Francesco is going to flag this with a no.
Blumenthal, Carpino,
Representative Carpino votes yes.
Fishbein, France,
France votes yes.
Haddad,
Representative Haddad votes yes.
Labriola,
Representative Labriola votes yes.
McCarthy Vehy,
Representative McCarthy Vehy votes yes.
McCrory, Morinbello,
Representative Moran Bello votes yes.
Palm,
Representative Palm votes yes.
Rosario,
Representative Rosario votes yes.
Santiago,
Santiago votes yes.
Slap. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Moving on. Let's proceed to House Bill 5458, an act concerning revisions to the Freedom of Information Act recommended by the Freedom of Information Commission. Item 17 on today's agenda. Is there a motion?
So moved.
And a second?
Second, Moran Bello.
Moved by Senator Fletcher, second by Representative Morinbello. The underlying bill, as stated in the title, was presented to us by the Freedom of Information Commission. It makes several proposed changes to the statutes governing their work. Any questions or comments on the underlying bill? Representative Mastrosky, your hand raised. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If you have any notes in front of you, if we wouldn't mind going over what the changes are.
Of course, by all means. It addresses the phrase governmental function as applies to only a certain group of entities rather than to all of freedom of information. That was my understanding based on the testimony that the FY Commission presented was that was a result of there was a recent court case. So the proposed language would clarify the definition of governmental function applies to only one section of the FY law as opposed to the entire section as was the intention of the General Assembly originally. Section 4 of the bill addresses training requirements of the FY Commission. For some reason, the FY Commission was deemed to train a number of different public agencies, and they are in fact only to some of those agencies under the purview of the Public Records Administrator. So this clarifies who they're supposed to, who they're trained, who they're not to train. Section 5 amends 1-2110 subsection B17 of the FY Act, which currently provides the action not required disclosure of educational records, which are not subject to disclosure on the Family Educational Rights and Privacy Act. Section 6 amends the FY Act regarding the definition of handheld scanner. And section 7, the last section, amends the bill to allow for electronic transmission of special meeting notices to members of a public agency.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for that analysis of the bill. I just had a quick question. We did a bill last year when it came to scanning documents for freedom of information. And there was a change here to handheld scanner to include, but not limited to mobile phones or cameras. Is that new from the prior year? It's underlined here, which I know it is. But I believe the bill we passed last year talked about that as well.
It did. I don't believe that bill made it out of both chambers. So that's why it's included in this. It's a second go out. So that's why it's included in this bill as well.
Okay. With technology today, people are going in requesting information and just scanning it with their phone, which I think is a good thing because it certainly saves them money. So they don't have to pay for all that. I think it's a good bill. Mr. Chairman, with no objection, I have no problem putting this item on the consent calendar if there's no objection.
Thank you, Representative. Any further question or comments? Any objection to this bill being added to today's consent calendar? No objection. The bill be added to today's consent calendar. Thank you, Representative Mastrosco. Up next, we will go to item 16 on today's agenda 5455, an act concerning campaign consultants and disclosure. Is there a motion?
So moved.
And a second?
Second, Moran Bello.
Moved by Senator Fletcher, second by Representative Moran-Bello. The underlying bill comes to us from SEEK. It's a bill that addresses the manner by which campaign consultants and disclosure will be covered. Requires campaign consultants to provide detailed accountings of their expenditures, including to sub-vendors, to committees or persons on whose behalf they make payments. Requires committees and persons that make or are obligated to make payments for expenditures to consultants to submit additional information in their campaign finance disclosure statements or IRIE reports. Requires consultants to maintain for at least 4 years detailed records of certain expenditure transactions. Prohibits a financial obligation being made or incurred on behalf of the committee unless authorized by the treasurer. Any question or comments on House Bill 5455? Representative Mastrosco, your hand raised. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Is this the bill that requires a consultant, was a consultant for a campaign, to disclose if they were purchasing, let's just say, a mail order piece from a third party, that they would have to disclose that information?
I believe it is. I believe they have to provide detailed accountings of the expenditures, including the sub-vendor type. I believe that's included within this legislation. I think so. Correct.
So with that said, is the treasurer of that campaign held responsible for something that a consultant did? If, let's just say, SEEK didn't agree with the disclosure information that the consultant put in, is the treasurer in any way liable for anything?
I don't know if I don't believe the underlying bill addresses the liability of the treasurer. I think it instead may increase or emphasize the responsibility placed on the consultants. I don't believe the liability of the treasurer has changed at all.
So the way this bill is written, would SEEK be able to go after the consultant on something? I'm reading it correctly?
I believe it may. I believe it places an added burden responsibility on the consultants. Yes.
And I guess what I'm trying to figure out, what is the purpose of this? Have we had situations here in Connecticut with campaigns where consultants were not disclosing who they were purchasing from? And why is that necessary?
I believe that's exactly. Let me just give me 1 second. For the bill that's before us has been raised previously, or parts of it have been raised previously. So my guess is that that's exactly the case. Yes.
I'm trying to think of in the public hearing if they gave any examples of that. While obviously disclosure is good, people should know, but I'm just thinking that, the candidate probably hires a consultant to do all their work for them, and they are paid through the treasurer. I don't understand why what they purchase would need to be disclosed. Is that anything that they purchase for the campaign needs to be disclosed? I understand if they're purchasing ads for that candidate, maybe through Facebook, social media, any campaign flyers, any supplies or anything like that. Are those all to be reported through this legislation here, Mr. Chairman?
Senator Fletcher.
Oh,
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the questions. I think the reason this bill has been before this committee so many times, or a version of it in the past, has been there have been situations where candidates have hired campaign consultants, and let's say for a state Senate race, they've simply written a check for $80,000 to that consultant. And I think the concern that the State Elections Enforcement Commission has had is that violates some of the spirit of the law with regard to the Citizens Election Program, the public financing program, in that the public can't really see how that money is being spent, that it goes to one individual entity, and you cannot break down that some of it was spent for direct mail, that some of it was spent, as you referenced, on Facebook ads, that there needs to be more transparency, given that they are public dollars, that the public can see how an individual candidate chooses to spend their money. And they have had difficulty getting some of these records from these consultants that sort of operate as, I think some call it, a campaign in a box method of doing things. And so what's before us, again, we've heard this, a version of this many times in the past, is just trying to make sure that the consultant actually keeps records and can actually detail to the candidate what they're charging the candidate for, so that there can be greater transparency on how the public financing grant is being spent by the individual candidate and by the campaign consultant.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Pesco.
so I'm assuming this is going to require more work by the treasurer, right? Because they would have to get invoices, detailed invoices from the consultant on what they spent money on. And then the treasurer is supposed to report it.
I suppose it would be more work in that the treasurer, on some of those campaigns that have simply written a large check to one consultant in the past, they would have to write a few more checks because the work would be broken down a little bit more. For example, you'd have to have an invoice for the Facebook posts and a separate invoice for the direct mail to voters. But that, I would say, that's more of an onus on the consultant to break down how they're spending the resources, less so than it is, an onus for the treasurer to write a check.
Representative Pesco.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I'm just trying to figure out how SEEK would identify that a campaign is just maybe paying a consultant $50,000. How would they identify that $50,000 was not just for consultant work? I would be just by obvious that they didn't report any mailings, any social media, campaign material going out. Would just be just looking at it like, hey, this person paid this consultant $50,000, but yet they spent no money on social media or any direct mail ads. Is that how they would identify it, that it would be a problem?
Senator Fletcher.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I think that is how the commission has identified in the past that it's a problem, that when they would go through the audit process and reviewing how Citizens Election Program candidates had expended the resources in their grants, that there wasn't records being kept of how the $50,000, the example you gave, how that money was being spent. And I think the legislation before us also empowers the treasurer. I mean, as we all know, those of us that have participated in the Citizens Election Program, we put a lot of work on the treasurers, and the treasurers have a huge responsibility to make sure that the funds are being raised correctly and expended correctly. And so there have been some treasurers that the commission has tried to work with in the past who are also frustrated that they couldn't get more information out of the consultant. And so the proposal before us, I think, puts some more power back in the hands of the treasurer to make sure that they're getting the proper records from the consultants as they're executing the campaign, and that SEEK can review those when the campaign is concluded.
Representative Mastrosco.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Is there any penalty on the consultant or the campaign if they find anything?
There is, Representative, if you look at lines 22, 25 of the bill, the following person shall be guilty of legal practices and shall be punished in accordance with the provision of section 9-623. That includes, it goes to all the individuals who can be found guilty of a claim on that section of statute, and adds to it lines 106 to 116, which address the consultants now being added to that group.
I'm just looking at it now. Sorry, Mr. Chairman. Line 26 you were referring to?
You start line 24, 25 is the initial sentence. And then following that is a list of individuals who are guilty of legal practices as determined by SEEK. And added to that list are now lines 106 to 116. Or that's where they wrote the consultants in.
I think it's good that there needs to be transparency, and you know, as a candidate, you want to know obviously how money is being spent. And I can understand where it could happen, where a candidate could pay a consultant, and that consultant could buy ad space or direct mail pieces or whatever from a candidate's family member and kind of funnel it through that way, which would certainly be a problem. Or if a candidate owned a business and they paid it through that way, through the consultant. So I certainly understand the concerns on that. I'm just not totally certain on this one. So I'm just going to, I'm going to hear if there's any other discussion on this one for today. I don't have any further questions right now.
Representative France, the former ranking member of the committee, I think probably recalls a bill similar to this when he sat as ranking member from a few years ago. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And this bill does have origins in a bill that I submitted, I think in my first term, dealing with the issue that the treasurers are on the hook for what the vendors do. And if the vendors fail to disclose, it's the treasurer who is liable. And so I think this is a step in the right direction of disclosure and mandating disclosure, holding the consultants accountable by law. The one thing that I proposed in the past was to have these consultants who take more than 15% of the CEP grant money to have to sign a similar disclosure that the treasurers and the candidates do, and deputy treasurer does, that they will abide by the law. I think that's the next step. I will acknowledge that when this was first proposed, SEEK's response was that no change need to be made, that it was already in statute. I will also recognize that one term later, it was in their priority to actually make the change to the laws. I think they looked at the challenges that treasurers were having in gathering the information as required by statute. So I think this is a step in the right direction, but I think it needs to go one step further, and having these consultants fill out forms that they will abide by the law, since they are now entering into territory of expending public funds, similar to treasurers and the candidates that already have to sign these forms. And I would argue that the penalty should be explicit, that if they violate them and they don't comply with the law, that they're not allowed to be a consultant for a CP candidate for, say, 2 cycles. I think that would be an impediment to a consultant who does not follow the law, since that would be a substantial penalty to them to no longer be able to participate in the electoral process as a consultant. So I think that's one step that I think the committee ought to look at going forward. But as I said, I think this is a step in the right direction to recognize the challenge that treasurers have had in the past of gathering the information, enhances the transparency of the expenditures, and also provides SEEK with an opportunity to go after consultants who fail to abide by it after the election. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. I'm not sure if it gets to the point you're making with the 15%, but I will note lines 201, 223 of the bill address the 15% threshold if a treasurer candidate spends or obligates to spend 15% or more in the aggregate of the money received on a consultant or professional person. I'm not sure if that addresses it gets static, but I think that might only be part of the way. I'm not sure that's the full way. Might only be part of the way.
No, it does, Mr. Chairman, and I think that is there. I think the next step needs to be for those that spend more than 15% or receive more than 15%, they should be required to sign the same disclosure that the treasurer, the deputy treasurer, and the candidate all sign, attesting that they will abide by the law. There's no contract, if you will, between the consultant and the state on this. It's just a law that you have to follow. And I think it would give it more substance and a affirmative statement by the consultant if they had to sign a similar disclosure that the deputy treasurer, the treasurer, and the candidate do. So I think that's probably the next step as they go forward. But I think this is a step in the right direction and establishes an appropriate threshold. I think 15% of the grant is a substantial portion that then needs to be accounted for. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, Representative, appreciate your comments. Representative Rosario, your hand raised. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Quick question. Is SEEK going to be hiring additional staff to go over these itemized reports from the consultant, or is the onus on the treasurer?
The bill does not address whether they will be hiring additional staff.
The reason why I say that is because SEEK's already understaffed and they kind of get them overwhelmed with applications and there's some delays. So I'm not sure if it's going to add additional delays. And my second question is, do you know how many instances we've had of consultants getting a check for $80,000 with no itemization? Is this rampant? Is this led to any criminal investigations, or who are these consultants?
I don't know, Representative. I know the SEEK has been pushing this bill for a few years now, so I'm sure that it's out there. I don't know the exact number.
Well, thank you. I say that, and I'm not trying to point my finger at SEEK, but as a legislator from an urban environment, i.e., the elephant in the room, Bridgeport, I know my campaign's been audited quite often, almost every year. When I hear from other legislators from non-urban areas, they don't get audited as often. So I'm just afraid that this could be a vehicle to kind of target maybe consultants of color in the future. I will vote this out of committee, but definitely have some concerns and want to continue the conversation.
Thank you, Representative. I look forward to doing that. Senator Sampson, your hand is raised. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I raised my hand during this conversation without truly forming what I really wanted to say. But let me start by reassuring Representative Rosario that other folks are audited every cycle as well. Yours truly, and without ever having any issue or problem, I might add. But it's not exclusive to Bridgeport representatives. I can assure him of that. The one thing I just want to talk about here briefly is that I have a little bit of a concern about the growing bureaucracy of the SEEC, especially considering that they do not have a large staff or seemingly the ability to process everything they need to now, particularly the number of complaints that come through. And we've had this debate year after year about, complaints and whether they, if they last more than a year, then they are deemed closed without a result, which is our solution to a problem, but it's a lousy solution. The solution really would be to have someone be able to promptly determine the value of complaints and that sort of thing. And I envision the SEC more as a body that investigates issues like that. Whereas I think what this policy does, and a great many other ones do, is give them broader authority to start digging into things that are not necessarily under their purview. there's a danger in our world, and that is the growth of bureaucracy in all aspects of government, where we go from being free citizens that are innocent until proven guilty, because the bureaucracy tends to look at people like they're guilty and you have to prove your innocence. And, if I'm quite confident that if someone was accused of misusing their campaign funds as a consultant, SEC would have the ability to investigate and find out what happened. This asks for all of this to come up front, so that they have the means to go investigate and determine whether or not someone's up to no good. I don't know. It's like someone coming into your place of business and looking over all of your books without any inkling that there's something wrong to begin with. I don't know that it's a terrible thing. We are dealing with the public financing of campaigns, which is the larger issue, which is something we shouldn't be doing at all. I think it's a problematic, to say the least, and I think it has damaged the electoral process in this state and in other places where there has been public grants for elections. And I say that as a participant, but I also say that as someone who participates partly because it's almost impossible not to, because your opponent is. I long for the days that we could get back to real fundraising and genuine supporters of campaigns donating money, rather than having taxpayer dollars used to subsidize those campaigns, and ultimately subsidize this state agency, which makes its existence on all of this paperwork. So I'm going to vote no today, Mr. Chairman. I'm not entirely opposed to this. I do want to do some further investigating. I want to understand it thoroughly, but most importantly, I want to make sure that the SEC is laser focused on bad guys, and not just investigating people that are not up to any bad behavior. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Mashpowski, your hands raised. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I apologize for the second question, but as the conversation goes on, I actually kind of think of something that I want to chime in on. So just for example, I hire a consultant. They go out and purchase some mail pieces for me. And let's just say they pay $1,000, I'm just gonna use a generic number, $1,000 on that mail piece that they're gonna send out for me. But they bill me, because they've done the work, $1,200. Let's just say that's their profit. What amount of that do they need to disclose to the treasurer? Is it what they paid for it from a third party, or what they're charging the candidate committee?
I think what needs to be disclosed, all campaign funds need to be disclosed. So all grant funds would have to be disclosed in some shape or form.
So they would have to disclose what they paid for the item, or no, just what they charged the campaign? I did a mailer, it cost $1,000, but I'm charging you $1,200 because $200 is my profit. I did the work on it and I need to make a profit on that. I'm charging you $1,200. Is that the amount they need to disclose, or do they have to disclose the information, the invoice of what they paid from that third-party vendor?
I believe they disclose all of it. That's my understanding. It will all be disclosed.
It's all disclosed.
So much dollars.
So in fact, the candidate or the treasurer would know what the cost of that item was on that consultant, and they would know what their markup is on it. Is that correct? Would that be the right way to phrase that, to understand that?
I think so, but I think my understanding is that the funds that are used from this campaign election fund that you receive as a candidate, all those funds have to be accounted for. So if your campaign spends $1,200, you'd have to disclose $1,200 that are being spent, not just $1,000. Because if their campaign funds being disclosed as a candidate, you're obligated to disclose all funds that are used and how they're used. So my understanding that the full amount would be disclosed.
So the consultant is only putting in $1,200 that he charged that candidate committee for the work that he's done. He's not putting in the invoice that he paid for the items, because then it would be I don't know if it's a privacy issue, but you have a business, a consultant exposing what they pay for things and what their markup is. I mean, most people don't make that public information. And I certainly don't want to deter a consultant from certainly helping a campaign because of all that private information that he has to expose. That's quite honestly just public information. So that's what I'm just trying to get at. And I could be nitpicking, but it's really important for the consultant.
I think, Representative, I'll direct your attention to lines 121 through maybe 148, which outlines exactly when the consultant that receives or agrees to receive payment from a candidate or committee makes or obligates to make any expenditure, including any payment to a sub-vendor for on behalf of a person or committee required to file, blah, blah. It outlines what information needs to be disclosed and the time frame within which it needs to be disclosed within 5 days, and then lines 129 to at least 134, if not all the way through 148, disclose, outline what information needs to be disclosed by that consultant. So the amount of such expenditure, the name of the individual who received the payment, the full name and street address of the sub-vendor, description of the purpose, the name of any candidate or text of any referendum questions supported. So it details that what information needs to be disclosed by the consultant.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to flag this with a note today only because I want to get a little bit more information on it before it comes to the floor, should it come to the floor. I'll have to do a little bit more investigating on it. I just want to make sure that I'm clear as to what I'm voting on. So I'm just going to flag it today with a no. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. Thank you. Representative Haddad, your hand raised, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to clarify something or two, and I've never been a treasurer, being fortunate enough to be on the candidate side of the equation. But I did just want to say that, my understanding is that current law has this idea of secondary payees really embedded in the law. And it requires treasurers, when they hire a consultant, to also report to SEEC on their expenditure reports, any secondary payees. And that's current law. The trouble, of course, is that sometimes consultants don't provide the treasurer with that information. And so if, for example, you hire a consultant and they do a direct mailer and they produce a radio ad, while it is, the onus is on the treasurer to report the information about the secondary payee for how that consultant paid a direct mail house and a radio company for that information. There's no requirement that not clear enough line of accountability to the consultants to provide that information. And I think that this bill helps to try to clarify that liability. And so, in fact, I think that this is really important for our treasurers, who are volunteers after all, in most instances, and they're trying to comply with the law to get that information from consultants. And if consultants decide that they don't want to provide that information in compliance with the law, then our treasurers have something to point to in terms of who really is at fault. And more to the point, consultants go into the arrangement understanding that that's the requirement of being a campaign consultant, at least in Connecticut. So I'm going to support the bill today. This is a complicated, murky part of the law, but I think that this really helps our treasurers, and I hope that other members of the committee will support the legislation today.
Thank you, Representative. Any further questions or comments on the underlying bill? If not, will the clerk please call the roll on House Bill 5455?
Flexer. Senator Flexer votes yes.
Fox.
Representative Fox votes yes.
Haskell.
Senator Haskell votes yes.
Thomas. Sampson.
Senator Sampson votes no.
Master Francesco.
Representative Master Francesco votes no.
Blumenthal. Representative Blumenthal, Carpino,
Representative Carpino votes yes.
Fishbein, France,
Representative France votes yes.
Haddad,
Representative Haddad votes yes.
Labriola,
Representative Labriola votes yes.
McCarthy Vehy,
Representative McCarthy Vahey votes yes.
McCrory, Moran Bello,
Representative Morin Bello votes yes.
Palm,
Representative Palm votes yes.
Rosario,
Representative Rosario votes yes.
Santiago,
Santiago votes yes.
Slap,
Senator Slapp votes yes.
thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Moving on, item number 15, House Bill number 5454. An act concerning the Department of Administration, Administrative Services, and criminal background checks. This bill comes to us from DAS. My understanding what this bill does is prior to DAS's HR centralization initiative, state agencies had human
Mr.
resources.
Chair, would you like a motion?
Oh, sorry, yes, please. Got so excited. A motion.
I would like to make that motion.
Senator Flex made that. Is there a second?
Second.
Made by Senator Flexer, second by Representative McCarthy-Vahey. Thank you very much. My understanding is this bill prior to the DAS HR centralization initiative, state agencies had human resources employees in-house who conducted background checks on behalf of their individual agencies. Now with HR being centralized, those same HR employees are still conducting background checks, but are now doing so as employees of DAS instead of as employees of the original agencies. To be compliant with federal requirements, the Connecticut general statutes need to be updated to reflect these individuals now employed by DAS. This will empower DAS HR employees to conduct federal background checks on behalf of agencies that have these employees service, including DMV, Department of Corrections, Department of Public Health, Department of Revenue Services, Department of Children and Families, and several others. Any questions or comments? Representative Master, your hand raised, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I don't have any objection to this bill. It's really just centralizing the work that's already being done. And I have certainly, if there's no objections with anyone, we can go ahead and put this on the consent calendar.
Thank you, Representative. Any further questions or comments on the underlying bill? Any objections to this matter being added to the consent calendar? Seeing none, House Bill 5454 will be added to today's consent calendar. Thank you, Representative Mastrosco. Next, moving on, item 14, House Bill 5453, an act requiring the online posting of certain state contracts. Is there a motion?
So moved.
And a second?
Second, Santiago.
Moved by Senator Fletcher, second by Representative Santiago. The bill before us will require DAS to post on the department's website any contract purchasing cars or light duty trucks. So that's, sorry, that's JFS language. Will require online posting of state contracts that are entered into without being subject to competitive bidding or competitive negotiation requirements. This bill, again, I hate to say it's a work in progress, but I believe it to be a work in progress. There are several entities involved in this bill. As I understand, the bill will be changed, some potentially changed before it reaches us on the floor. For the time being, I ask the committee to support the bill to get out of the committee today and move it. Any further questions or comments? Representative Mastrosco, your hand raised, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, you are correct. This is a House Republican bill. There was a lot more information in there, but when the substitute language came, a lot of it was taken out. I do understand that they are working on this legislation to kind of come to an agreement. So I assume that that's going to happen. I trust that will happen, and hopefully we'll see the changes when it comes to the floor. So, Mr. Chairman, I support this bill and have, if there's no objections with anyone, we can go ahead and put this on the consent calendar.
Thank you, Representative. Any further questions or comments? Any objections to this matter being moved to the consent calendar? Seeing none, House Bill 5453 will be added to today's consent calendar. Up next, we'll move on to item number 13, House Bill 5452. An act establishing a task force concerning the accessibility of state agency and internet websites. Is there a motion?
So moved.
And a
Second, Moran Bello.
Moved by Senator Fletcher, second by Representative Moran-Bello. The underlying bill, I will say, oftentimes during session of public hearings, you tend to get testimony on certain bills that you remember more so than others. This is one of those very bills that I think some individuals came testified and had a impacted me in the fact that I remembered much of what they said and was moved and impacted by the testimony they provided. I want to thank Representative Moran-Bello for her advocacy and efforts on behalf of this bill. It will establish a 70-member task force studying accessibility of state agency websites. And the task force must report to the GA committee by January 1 of 2023. Outlining the bill are the individuals who are to be appointed to the task force, as well as some other words and terms that the task force will be tasked with. Any question or comments on the underlying bill? Representative Mashroff, your hand raised. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a question. I'm just really curious. What brought about the proposal for this bill? Have you seen? I guess this would be to Representative Moran-Bello. I apologize if it's not for you, Mr. Chairman. It's for you. But what transpired to create this task force? Have we seen many issues with our websites?
Representative Moran-Bello, would you be willing to answer the question?
I'd be happy to. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I met with, last summer, I met with a group of advocates of the IDD community, and they raised concerns both with the lack of accessibility on our state websites and also with the fact that the state's existing website accessibility committee no longer meets, and that they didn't feel they had a voice or an avenue to, to make complaints and to see some improvements to the website. So that's why I brought this issue before the GAE committee.
Hey, Representative Bello, anything further?
No, thank you for that. Websites today, they always have to be constantly updated and changed to accommodate people. So I certainly appreciate that. I think it's a great idea. And Mr. Chairman, with no objections, I have no problem adding this to the consent calendar.
Thank you, Representative. Any further question, comments on the underlying bill? Any objections to adding this bill to today's consent calendar? Seeing none, the bill will be added to today's consent calendar. Thank you, Representative Moran-Bello and Representative Mashroff for your efforts. Moving on to item 12, House Bill number 5379. An act concerning various election administration procedures related to registrars of voters. Is there a motion? Oh, sorry, well, hang on. We'll need a motion to JFS. There's a motion to JFS LCO. 1 second. 3933 to the floor. Is there a motion?
So moved.
And a second.
Second, Moran Bello.
Motion made by Senator Fletcher, second by Representative Moran-Bello. The underlying bill, the JFS LCO 3933, bill brought to our attention by Roback. We heard the testimony. The bill makes several, I'd say, technical changes in effect. The JFS language removes from the original bill sections 14 to 17, which struck out the wet signature portion of the bill entirely. There were most were discussions public hearing centered on the fact that we still wanted forms to be delivered both to the state and to be maintained at the town level. Any question or comments on the underlying bill? Representative Mashroff, your hands raised. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm looking at the substitute language where it says that section 14 and 17 are removed. On line 234, it says section 14, sections 9-15A and 9-192B of the general statutes are repealed. What was in that? Would you know?
Give me 1 second. That is. Nine dash.
Maybe the original.
Is LCO available? I need to turn to Tellerico. Are you available?
Yes. So section 9-15A is the section speaking to the membership and quorum of the board for admission of electors. That's being repealed because under this bill, there's no longer a need for that full board. It's just simply there are admitting officials under the law who can take voter registrations. This would just get rid of the board for admission of electors. And I can take a look at the other section right now as well.
Thank you.
Yeah, the repealer of 9-192B just simply speaks to the 10 hours of training instruction requirement for a training program that, based on testimony, perhaps never existed. So that's just repealing what the proponents felt was obsolete, again, based on what their testimony was.
Thank you. Thank you. And what about section 9-1 of the 2022 supplement? And that was on lines 236. That one's being repealed as well.
Yep, subsection B of that section is simply the definition for board for admission of electors, which, again, based on the repealer of 9-15A, is just being taken out.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks so much for that clarification. Mr. Chairman, I'm fine with this bill. If there's no objection with anyone, we can put this on the consent calendar.
Any further questions or comments on the underlying bill? Any objections to House Bill 5379 being added to today's consent calendar? Seeing none, 5379 will be added to today's consent calendar. Thank you, Representative Mastrosco. Up next, we'll go with item number 11, House Bill 5377, an act concerning conflicts of interest due to an employer other than the state of the state code of ethics. Is there a motion?
So moved.
And a second.
Second, Moore Bello.
Thank you. A motion by Representative McCarthy-Bay and a second, I think, by Senator, motion by Senator Flexer, was it? Motion by Representative McCarthy-Bay and a second by Senator Flexer, I believe. The bill before us comes from the Office of State Ethics. It expands what constitutes a substantial conflict of interest on the Code of Ethics to include actions taken by a public official, including an elected state official or a state employee that result in direct monetary gain or loss to his or her outside employer or spouse's employer. Any questions or comments? Where's the Master Professor? Hands raised. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't really have any questions on this particular bill. If with no objections, we can put this on the consent calendar.
Was there any further questions or comments? Any objections to House Bill 5377 being added, 5377 being added to today's consent calendar? See no objections by House Bill 5377 will be added to today's consent calendar. Thank you, Representative. Up next, item 10, House Bill number 5376, an act concerning recovery of attorney's fees under the state code of ethics. Is there a motion?
So moved.
And a second.
Second.
Motion made by Senator Fletcher, second by Representative McCarthy-Vahey. The underlying bill modifies the circumstances under which attorney's fees are awarded in proceedings brought against public officials, state employees under the ethics codes. Any questions or comments? Where's Master Professor? Hands raised. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I understand this bill will save the state money. I'm all for saving the state money and the taxpayers' money. It would certainly be less expensive for them. Do we have any idea of what the cost saving is of what the state could potentially save?
I reviewed the testimony provided by OSC this morning and last night. I don't recall that they provide any of that detail other than saying that the state will pay, other than indicating that the state could save the state money. So I don't have any hard numbers on that. No, I'm sorry.
Well, with that said, Mr. Chairman, if we can save $1 in the state of Connecticut, I'm all for it. If there's no objections, we can put this on the consent calendar.
If there's any further questions, comments on the underlying bill? Were the Master Professor, your hand is raised still, or is that a? Oh, great. Any objection to House Bill 5376 being added to today's consent calendar? Seeing none, 5376 be added to today's consent calendar. Thank you, Senator Manis. Representative Tedesco. Up next, item 9, Senate Bill number 474, an act concerning ethics. Is there a motion?
So moved.
In a second.
Second, Lauren Bello.
Motion by Senator Flexer, second by Representative Moore and Bello. Item Senate Bill 474 makes technical change to state code of ethics for public officials. Any question or comments? Senator Sampson, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Would you clarify that description of what the bill does again for me, please?
Of course, it's stated making technical change for the state code of ethics for public officials. Changes in lines 11, as well as lines 16 and 19. Minor deletions and clarification as to the wording of statute.
Thank you very much for that answer, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, no, and forgive me, I didn't mean to put you on the spot. I just looking through this bill, I didn't realize it until I actually started analyzing the language here that this bill is effectively a placeholder because it doesn't do anything. It moves the word report a couple of times in the language. And I suspect that this bill is here before us simply as a means to pass a title out of this committee that includes the subject of ethics. And just for those people watching, this is a practice that the legislature engages in, which I completely and utterly disagree with. I started today's meeting with a conversation about the process. And the process is that, individual legislators are allowed to promote or propose bills. Committees can propose bills. Those bills are supposed to be put forward in the committee process so that the public has an opportunity to comment on them through a public hearing process. And then they are supposed to be debated in the committee. We are supposed to make changes here and pass a more or less finished product out of the committee to be voted on by the legislature at large. And this type of bill, which is nothing more than a placeholder, the bill, the language that's before us doesn't make any change at all substantively in the law. It is just there so that a bill gets passed out of here without a public hearing and it gets passed out of here with any real understanding of what it might become in the future. And I completely understand that these placeholder bills can become vehicles for good on occasion because we will need to make some sort of policy bill proposal to fix a problem or something like that. And it would be difficult to do so unless there was a title to attach an appropriate amendment to. But more often than not, these placeholder bills are used for the majority's ability to be able to put language in them, whatever they choose down the road, and it skips the entire process. As a result, I'm going to vote no. I encourage my colleagues to regardless of where you're coming from, to recognize that we have an obligation to our constituents to use this committee process the proper way to make sure that there is an opportunity for public comment and that we're not just passing titles out of committee so that they can be filled in later when there is no chance for that public comment. So I'm a no today, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Any further questions, comments on the underlying bill? Now, Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll on Senate Bill 474?
Flexer.
Senator Flexer votes yes.
Fox.
Representative Fox votes yes.
Haskell.
Senator Haskell votes yes.
Thomas, Sampson,
Sorry, my computer takes a moment. Senator Sampson votes no.
Mr. Francesco,
Representative Master Francesco votes no.
Blumenthal, Representative Blumenthal, Carpino,
Representative Carpino votes yes.
Fishbein, France,
Senator France votes no.
Haddad,
Senator Haddad votes yes.
Labriola,
Representative Labriola votes yes.
McCarthy Vehy,
Representative McCarthy Vahey votes yes.
McCrory, Moran Bello,
Representative Moran Bello votes yes.
Palm,
Representative Palm votes yes.
Rosario,
Representative Rosario votes yes.
Santiago,
Santiago votes yes.
Slap,
Senator Slap votes yes.
thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Up next is, one second. Item number 8, Senate Bill 472, not concerning the recommendation of the Risk Limiting Audits Working Group. JFS, I believe LCO 4144, is there a motion?
So moved.
And a second.
Second.
Motion made by Senator Fletcher, second by Representative McCarthy Vahey. The underlying bill before us addresses the recommendation of the Risk Limiting Audits Working Group that did some work over the past few months. The bill before us is obviously different than what was done in the public hearing. Bill presented the public hearing. I remember when I discussed earlier today, had some needed some clarification. There was some language that wasn't fully defined. After the public hearing, LCO did some work along with ourselves, and in particular the individual testified from UConn to clarify the bill and clean up the bill a little. That is the matter before us. Any questions or comments on the underlying bill? No questions or comments? Master Professor Andrews, the floor is yours.
Sorry about that. I know we passed this risk limiting audit last year. It passed, and it's a good thing. I'm glad that this task force was created and we got a response. I'll be real honest with you. I haven't even read the report that it came out. It wasn't sent to me, but actually late last night I was able to locate it. I haven't really read it yet. I'm assuming that the work they did was good. And I'm actually fine with it. If I find anything in the meantime, by the time between now and should it get to the floor, I'll certainly raise my concerns there. I do understand that the original language in this bill did not reflect the recommendations of the task force when they sent in their proposal. It is my understanding, Mr. Chairman, that this S language is more in line with their recommendations. Is that correct?
That's my understanding, yes, correct.
Do we know what any of those recommendations were in this bill?
For starters, let me see. It restructures the language from the underlying bill to discuss risk limiting audits in a new dedicated statutory section instead of inserting references to RLAs throughout the existing statutory section governing post-election audits. Rewords much of the language pertaining to risk limiting audits in order to more accurately reflect how RLAs work. The term risk limit has been more accurately redefined. The term risk limiting audit has been newly defined. So there's been some clarifications to definition and words, phrase used throughout.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. I don't have any further questions on this.
Any question concerns on the underlying bill? With the roll call vote or consent or roll call? Representative Mastrofesco, your hand is raised.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't see any objections. I don't see any questions. So if there's no objections, we can put this on the consent calendar.
Thank you, Representative. See no objections. Item 8, Senate Bill 472, LCO 4144 will be added to consent calendar. Up next, item 7, Senate Bill 469, an act concerning the use of competitive procurement for state contracts. Is there a motion?
So moved.
And a second?
Second, Santiago.
Motion made by Senator Fletcher, second by Representative Santiago. The underlying bill comes to us, I believe, from OPM. And will clarify agency roles regarding procurement, make annual contract reporting more robust, and broaden the definition of competitive procurement to reflect health and human service procurements. Any questions or comments? Question or comment? Senator Sanders, I think your hand is raised. You've got a glare behind you, but I think your hand is raised.
Yeah, sorry about that, Mr. Chairman. I don't have a choice where my yellow hand appears. I've noticed that on a few of them, it's hard to see. And I'm delighted that we are getting closer to our countdown on this agenda. We're on number 7, I believe, counting down from 24 to 1. And we've already done 1, so we're almost done. The bill before us, it changes the threshold, if I'm correct, for the amount of a contract that the OPM secretary is able to negotiate without a bidding process. And I just am looking through the language to confirm what that change is. Am I correct, Mr. Chairman, that it went from 20,000 to 50,000 in this bill? It just raises the threshold so that now contracts that are above 20,000 but below 50,000, the OPM secretary will now still have the power to negotiate on their own without reviewing a bidding process.
That's correct. It'll align OPM's waiver thresholds with DES's procurement policies to establish a uniform contract threshold for the entire state to eliminate confusion across procurement authorities. So it's trying to make it consistent throughout procurement authorities in the state government.
Right. I appreciate that answer, Mr. Chairman. I'm sympathetic to the fact that, the cost of things rises, and we don't want to create a ridiculous threshold for the determining of whether or not we need a bid on a contract. But given the environment today and the notion of potential problems in this bidding or lack thereof process, I'm going to vote against this bill today because I believe that threshold should remain, at least for the time being. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Sanders, for your comments. Any questions or any further question or comments? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll on Senate Bill 469.
Senate Bill 469, JF to the floor. Flexer.
Senator Flexer votes yes.
Fox.
Representative Fox votes yes.
Haskell.
Senator Haskell votes yes.
Thomas. Sampson.
I'm sorry, Madam Administrator. I know I need to be on the screen and I was having trouble getting it to work. Senator Sampson votes no.
Master Francesco.
Representative Mastrofesco votes no.
Blumenthal.
Representative Blumenthal votes yes.
Carpino,
Representative Carpino votes no.
Fishbein, France,
Representative France votes no.
Haddad,
Representative Haddad votes yes.
Labriola,
Representative Labriola votes no.
McCarthy Vehy,
Representative McCarthy Vahey votes yes.
McCrory, Morin-Bello,
Representative Morin-Bello votes yes.
Palm,
Representative Palm votes yes.
Rosario,
Representative Rosario votes yes.
Santiago,
Santiago votes yes.
Slap, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Moving on, item number 6, Senate Bill 467, an act extending permitting remote public meetings under the Freedom of Information Act through December 31st, 2022. A motion JFS LCO, one second. LCO 4018, is there a motion?
So moved. Second.
Second. Made by Representative McCarthy, I believe, second by Senator Flexer. The underlying JFS language deletes the end date so that the remote meeting, public meeting will continue to be permitted. Previously, the bill had the end date December 31st, 2022. JFS language removes that date. Any questions, comments? Senator Sampson, your hand raised. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Is it correct that this bill would allow a public agency, and I believe public agency would include a local town council or board of education, to begin holding their regular meetings solely through electronic means with no requirement for in-person meeting? Is that correct, Mr. Chairman?
Going to defer to the chair of the P&D committee, Representative McCarthy Vahey.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the opportunity to answer the questions. This bill is permissive in nature and continues the practice that we passed last year. It is a municipal option, so permissive, not mandatory, and would, to the good senator's question, allow a community to make the choice to have either hybrid or fully remote meetings if that was the choice of the local community or the body.
Senator Sampson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate the gentle lady's answer. Can I just ask a follow-up and ask, when you say community's decision, who in the community is making that decision through you, Mr. Chairman?
Representative McCarthy Vahey.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And the body, at this point, the practice has been for the past year since we passed the bill last year, that the body itself. So for example, here in my community, different bodies have made different decisions. Our Board of Education, for example, has been meeting in person with a remote hybrid option, whereas our Board of Finance has been meeting fully remote.
Senator Sampson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate that answer also. Yeah, so effectively, a community is not making a decision. It is the current elected officials on the Board of Ed or the town council that are making a determination for that body, whether or not they're going to meet in person or not, or only electronically. This is easily the worst bill on this agenda. It may in fact be one of the worst bills on this entire legislative agenda for the entire session. I cannot express just how dangerous this type of policy is. Mr. Chairman, I am shocked that this is before us. I understand that, you know, we suffered through the COVID-19 pandemic and there was a need to adapt to that. and I think we adapted far longer than we needed to, as a matter of fact. In fact, we're still adapting on the third floor of the Capitol, where the Senate president has continued to require masks and kept the public off that floor. I don't think any of those things were necessary, but directly referring to this bill, one of the key ingredients in a representative form of government that recognizes free citizens control the government is that people have the right to directly approach and talk to their elected officials. People, I think, have a misunderstanding of what the real political forces in the world are, whether it's Republican or Democrat, conservative, progressive. The real issue is whether or not we retain our system of representative government. That's the issue. There are those people like me who want to maintain an absolute adherence to the notion that this is a country of free people and that the government is made up of people elected by those free citizens and is responsive to them and responsible to them. And when we write policies like this, what we are doing is we are slowly but surely separating our elected officials from the people themselves. And the dream of people that are have a contrary opinion to the founding of this nation and a representative form of government is to have a government run by bureaucrats, experts potentially in their mind, behind closed doors, making decisions for all of us and determining how we're going to live our lives that are very difficult to reach and approach. And I know that sounds like maybe a reach from having a in-person meeting to a digital meeting, but it is a major step in that direction. We have countless issues with this practice currently. There are people who have technological problems. If you have a power issue, you have an internet issue, you have an internet service issue, you have an electricity service issue, you have a computer issue. All of those things could prevent access to being able to participate in a meeting. And the fact is that in this state, not everyone has internet access. Not everyone knows how to operate a computer. And to modify our system so that people no longer have access, in some cases, to their public officials in person, I think is dangerous. And over the last year, when we've seen a significant rise in public attendance at town meetings, it's partly a result of that. It's partly a result of bureaucratic decision making that is causing these folks to show up and complain at their local town meetings. And if they are to be shut out with less ability to approach their elected officials and challenge them, I think that's a dangerous trend. Anyone who's ever witnessed an angry mom at her local board of education talking about masks or critical race theory or God knows what, knows just how powerful and important it is to have the ability as a citizen in a community to be able to communicate with your elected officials directly. I think this is a bad bill. I understood it when it was a temporary situation because we were dealing with a pandemic. I will make one clarification, which is that I'm absolutely not against remote meetings. I like remote meetings. In fact, it's rather convenient for me today to be on this remote meeting. But that should be an option. That should be a way for people to be able to approach their elected officials, in addition to being able to show up and petition them in person. And make no mistake, a shift away from in-person meetings is a shift away from the representative form of government that made this country so great. And I'm absolutely opposed to it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative McCarthy, your hand is raised. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And the good senator and I actually agree on many, many things. And in fact, his remarks give me an opportunity to reference that today is Vietnam Veterans Day. And I'm grateful to my my Vietnam veteran, and I know Senator Flexer has one as well, that we are a country of free people. And I absolutely agree that we do want to make sure that people have access to us as our elected leaders. I think there are a few important things to point out. And I speak to this because we have had the opportunity, both in planning and development and here in GAE, as last year, to hear from many different parties about this bill. Again, would reference and remind folks that this is permissive. It gives people, municipalities and our local bodies that local control to allow to make those decisions, and that's correct, within the body themselves. This bill retains the FOIA safeguards that were negotiated collectively among Planning and Development and GAE and the FOIA Commission last year. If we do not pass this bill, members of bodies will retain telephonic access to participate in meetings, and those FOIA safeguards that were so carefully negotiated will fall away. FOIA, the FOIA Commission and the Connecticut Council on the Freedom of Information both support this bill, along with CABE, COST, CCM, other municipal leaders and other municipal professional organizations. In addition, of the 232 municipal leaders who were surveyed by the Advisory Commission on Intergovernmental Relations, 90% of those surveys came back with the desire to continue to have the option to have these remote meetings or hybrid meetings available. And the language from last year remains unchanged. Again, I do actually agree with many of the things that the good senator brought up. In fact, I'm on the record here at local meetings asking that bodies meet in person so that we could have those exact kinds of exchanges. And I would hope that communities have spent the past year investing in the kind of technology and resources that would allow for hybrid meetings to occur so that people would have the choice to attend either in person or remotely. One of the reasons we've had such incredible increases in participation is exactly because of this technology. And again, I can't emphasize enough, the freedom of information protections that are in place in this bill are very important, actually, in terms of transparency in government, accessibility to information and process. So while I do agree with many of the points that were raised by the good senator, I actually urge members to vote in support and be sure that we are responding to what our communities are asking for, is to allow this option. And again, it is an option to continue. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Hey, Representative, your comments. Representative Franchise, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the opportunity. And I'll associate my remarks with Senator Sampson and point out some of the challenges that I have witnessed in our implementation of the remote meetings. I think that while I agree there are a number of people that have had access to be involved and present testimony using the remote access, and they don't have to sit in the Capitol and the LOB for hours on end to speak for 3 minutes. The practical reality, though, is that in some ways it's only an illusion. And why I say that is there are committees that I have witnessed where the chairs have said there will be no questions, or there will be only one question. And that power, unfortunately, has presented itself where the public doesn't have the same access that they had when the public hearings were in person. The other aspects of it are, frankly, the interaction with the public beyond the presentation. So if you had follow-up questions with an individual who was giving testimony, it is infinitely more challenging to have follow-up questions, to walk outside the committee room and have that one-on-one conversation. I think there's a risk and a danger, frankly, in this process. We've seen it in some of the settings across the country. In fact, that where remote meetings have led to speakers being cut off and muted. And I think that is a risk that really it needs to be more thought out in this process. I don't think we have thought through a lot of the things, nor have we learned the lessons, frankly, of what we have done as our own body in the execution of many of these remote hearings. And so I think that's a concern that gives me great pause with where we are with this. Well, I acknowledge that there has been a benefit and that there is a group of people that have had greater access via the remote. I think there's a danger in continuing this process and not having the requirement of having an in-person set of meetings and allowing a potential that meetings be solely remote. So with those reasons, I will be voting no. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Hey, Representative Prince, your comments. Representative Palmer, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to thank Rep. McCarthy-Vahey for her advocacy on this. And I think we have learned the ups and downs of Zoom land and of remote voting and remote access. And as Representative France just pointed out, many more people have been able to take advantage of the remote platform, which has led to many, many hearings that we've all been in that go well into the early morning hours. Two additional points I'd like to make, however. Any responsible elected official will make himself or herself available to constituents. I believe that if there is a town meeting at which people were not sufficiently given a chance to air their grievances, that person who thwarts them shouldn't be reelected. It's up to the citizenry to say, I demand access to my public officials. There are other ways to do it: email, cell phone, regular phone, etc. Town hall. And if enough people in the town really felt so thwarted by this lack of access, I think there would be a hue and cry and a response. Finally, one of the silver linings of all of this has been the effect on the environment. A whole bunch of people jumping in their cars and chasing out into the night for a meeting versus doing it electronically just adds a lot of unnecessary carbon emissions into the atmosphere. And I think it's a thing that we often need to think about, how much we're saving in terms of pollution. It's just a silver lining to this. So accessibility does not require you to be in the room with a person. It helps elderly, handicapped, all kinds of new people who couldn't attend can now attend. And those are the people that I think we need to respect with this. So I am a yes on this bill. Thank you.
Hey, Representative Palmer, for your comments and insight. Representative Carpino, your hand is raised. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't disagree with many of the comments my colleagues have made. However, I'm struggling with why this bill is here in the form that it is. And I appreciate Representative McCarthy-Vahey's intent, because during the emergency, this allowed us across the state to conduct the business we needed to conduct. But I'm struggling with why this is instead of in addition to. I don't see any reason why those that want to conduct meetings remotely shouldn't also need to have an in-person component. Yes, it increases accessibility. Yes, if we can avoid a few cars on the road, we should. But this is important for some parts of our population to be there in person. And I'm going to be the first one to tell you, legislating from your living room isn't what this is all about. And it shouldn't be like that at the state level or the local level. The interaction between participants at a meeting, to me, is very valuable. It's just not the speaker and the audience. Oftentimes, audience members can add to the conversation, can enrich the experience, but they need to be in the same room to do that. It's really easy to make a bombastic statement and shut your screen off. It is far more difficult to be respectful and to listen when you're in a room. So, Mr. Chairman, I'm voting no now with hopes, and perhaps grandiose hopes, that when this hits the floor, that it allows the option to do both, but it does not sacrifice the in-person component for the digital version only. Thank you, sir, for your time.
Hey, Representative Carpino, any further question or comments? If not, the clerk, please call. I think it's earlier made it's a motion LCO 4081. Please call the LCO JFS LCO 4081. Thank you.
Flexer.
Senator Flexer.
Fox,
Representative Fox votes yes.
Haskell,
Senator Haskell votes yes.
Thomas, Sampson,
Senator Sampson votes no.
Master Francesco,
Representative Master Francesco votes no.
Blumenthal,
Representative Blumenthal votes yes.
Carpino,
Representative Carpino votes no.
Fishbein, France,
Representative France votes no.
Haddad,
Senator Haddad votes yes.
one more time, Representative, please.
Representative Haddad votes yes.
Thank you. Labriola,
Representative Labriola votes no.
McCarthy Vehi,
Representative McCarthy Vahey votes yes.
McCrory, Morin Bello,
Representative Morin Bello votes yes.
Palm,
Representative Palm votes yes.
Rosario,
Representative Rosario votes yes.
Santiago,
Santiago votes yes.
Slap,
Senator Slapp votes yes.
Fishbein,
Representative Fishbein votes no.
thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Moving on. Item number 5, Senate Bill 439, an act concerning Human Resource Administration and the State Personnel Act. I believe there is JFS language. Give me 1 second. JFS language LCO 4127 is their motion. In a second.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. The JFS language makes 2 edits in section 1 for the definition of examination working test. It's just as proposed by DS in their testimony. The underlying bill makes what I think could be deemed possibly minor and technical changes to the State Personnel Act, conform outdated language with best practices developed by Human Resources in recent years. Any comments or discussion? Representative Mastrosky, your hand is raised, the floor is raised. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One part of this bill that I understand is they took out the requirement for a written examination, depending on the type of job that somebody is applying for. Those are no longer required. They could be doing construction work. Maybe it's a physical test. Is that correct, Mr. Chairman?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. I don't have any, I really don't have any objections to this bill, but I would ask you for a roll call on this. I think we have some members that may have some questions or concerns on it. Thank you.
That's fair. Thank you. There will be a roll call. Any further questions, comments, on the underlying bill? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll on Senate Bill 439 LCO 4127.
Dexter,
votes yes.
Fox,
Representative Fox votes yes.
one more time, please.
Representative Fox votes yes.
Thank you. Haskell, Thomas, Sampson,
Senator Sampson votes yes.
Master Francesco,
Representative Mascher Francesco votes yes.
Blumenthal,
Representative Blumenthal votes yes.
Carpino,
Representative Carpino votes no.
one more time, please.
Representative Carpino votes no.
Thank you. Fishbein,
Representative Fishbein votes yes.
France,
Representative France votes yes.
Haddad,
Representative Haddad votes yes.
Labriola,
Representative Labriola votes yes.
McCarthy Vahey,
Representative McCarthy Vahey votes yes.
McCrory, Morin Bello,
Representative Morin Bello votes yes.
Palm,
Representative Palm votes yes.
Rosario,
Representative Rosario votes yes.
Santiago,
Santiago votes yes.
Slap, Haskell, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Up next, item 4, Senate Bill 433, an act requiring public hearings for certain special session legislation. Is there a motion?
So moved.
And a second?
Second, Santiago.
Motion made by Representative McCarthy, second by Representative Santiago. The bill before us prohibits the legislature from enacting certain bills or resolutions in a special session without holding a public hearing. Comments or discussion? Senator Sampson, your hand is raised. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you very much for putting this bill on today's agenda. It's very much appreciated. This is a topic of significant concern to me. I've alluded to the process a couple of times today, and this is just another way I think we can improve the process, and it's a good government bill. We have seen a significant increase in recent years of the number of special sessions the legislature is engaged in. And very often during those special sessions, we are passing legislation that has never before had a public hearing. I think it's extremely important. I just mentioned a moment ago also that the involvement of the public is a key ingredient in our process. We live in a representative republic. And if we believe in a representative form of government, that means that we have to be communicating with our constituents, and that public input is absolutely imperative to making sure we make good policy. So this bill simply requires that if we're going to come in special session to do some sort of policy, that is not a way to get around the process that requires a public hearing. Because public hearings would be required if this becomes law. I'm hopeful that I see this bill actually hit the Senate floor. I don't know how confident I am in that, but I have faith, and I know that my colleagues share my concern over good government and making sure that we have this public hearing process for special sessions. And I encourage people to vote for it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Sampson. Representative Francesco, your hand is raised. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If there's no objection, I have no problem putting this on the consent calendar.
Thank you, Representative. I'm not entirely sure this matter can be put on the consent calendar from our side. Any objections to this matter being placed? Any objections to this matter being placed in the consent calendar?
Roll call.
Madam Overseer, roll call vote. Thank you, Representative. Any further question or comments on the underlying bill? Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Senate Bill 433, JF to the floor. Flexer,
Senator Flexer votes yes.
Fox,
Representative Fox votes yes.
Haskell, Thomas, Sampson,
Senator Sampson votes yes.
Master Francesco,
Representative Master Francesco votes yes.
Blumenthal,
Representative Blumenthal votes yes.
Carpino,
Representative Carpino votes yes.
Fishbein,
Representative Fishbein votes yes.
France,
Representative France votes yes.
Haddad,
Representative Haddad votes yes. And I'll keep talking. There we go.
thank you. Labriola,
Representative Labriola votes yes.
McCarthy Vehi,
Representative McCarthy Vehi votes yes.
McCrory, Morinbella,
Representative Morin Bello votes yes.
Palm,
Representative Palm votes yes.
Rosario,
Representative Rosario votes yes.
Santiago,
Santiago votes yes.
Slap, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Moving on. Item 3, Senate Bill 432. An act concerning a technical revision related to campaign finance. Is there a motion? And a second.
Second.
Motion made and second. Any comments, discussion? The bill is just what it states. It's technical revision statewide to the campaign finance. Any question or comments? Senator Sanchez, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This appears to be another placeholder bill that has no actual policy impact. It changes a sentence that says each solicitor shall deposit all contributions with the treasurer within 7 days after receipt to now say not later than 7 days after receipt, which is the same darn thing. It's pretty clear to me that this bill is here just as a placeholder. I already elaborated on my concern over that issue. I'm going to vote no as a result. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. Any further questions or comments? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Senate Bill 432, JF to the floor. Flexer,
Senator Flexer votes yes.
Fox,
Representative Fox votes yes.
Haskell, Thomas, Sampson,
Senator Sampson votes no.
Master Francesco,
Representative Master Francesco votes no.
Blumenthal,
Representative Blumenthal votes yes.
Carpino,
Representative Carpino votes no.
Fishbein,
Representative Fishbein votes no.
France,
Representative France votes no.
Haddad,
Representative Haddad votes yes.
Labriola,
Representative Labriola votes yes.
McCarthy Vehi,
Representative McCarthy Vehi votes yes.
McCrory, Morinbello,
Representative Morin Bello votes yes.
Palm,
Representative Palm votes yes.
Rosario,
Representative Rosario in the affirmative.
Santiago,
Santiago votes yes.
one more time, please.
Santiago votes yes.
Thank you. Slap, Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Moving on. Item number 2, Senate Bill 430, an act funding the statewide firearms trafficking task force. Is there a motion? And a second?
Second.
Second.
Made by Senator Fletcher, second by Representative McCarthy. The bill pretty much does what it appropriates $200,000 to DSPP and fiscal year 23 for the statewide firearm trafficking task force and the state police. Any questions or comments? Senator Sampson, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Miracles never cease. This is a bill that I have put in every year, probably since the mid 2010s, I don't know, 2015, 2016, something like that. And I have offered it numerous times as an amendment in response to gun control legislation in the state, because it's been my opinion that very often the majority puts in gun control legislation which attacks the firearm itself, which is not the real problem. The issue is the criminal activity that's involved and the user of the firearm. And I would suggest that the statistics will bear out that the vast majority of so-called gun violence in the state is the result of illegally trafficked and possessed guns in the hands of criminals, not law-abiding citizens or permit holders. So this bill essentially is designed to fund something called the Statewide Firearms Trafficking Task Force, which is a program that existed I don't know, maybe about a decade or so ago. And it was funded shortly after the Sandy Hook tragedy at the tune of $1 million per year. And I've spoken to quite a few folks involved in that task force, and they said it was highly successful. The sad thing is that shortly thereafter, that funding ceased, and this program has not been funded for a long time. So I have tried to use this as an argument to point out this is where we ought to be focusing if we really are serious about stopping gun violence and homicide in this state. And I stand by that. What's amazing to me is that this year, Governor Lamont, in his package of crime and gun control proposals, included a version of this policy. And suddenly it's popular enough to appear on our agenda. And I'm very thankful to the chairs for considering this policy. I'm a little puzzled why it shows up on the GAE committee agenda. I know there are other versions going through Judiciary Committee and so forth. And I know that I have some colleagues, including those on this committee, who also put this bill in on a regular basis. So I will recognize their efforts as well. I do want to say that I'm going to support the bill out of committee today, obviously, but I do have two recommendations. One is that I do believe that we should fund it at an amount greater than $250,000. The previous funding level was $1 million, and I think that's appropriate to put enough officers on the street fighting the movement of illegally obtained and illegally possessed firearms. Basically, they are trafficked from city to city and associated with gang activity, with drug trafficking, and a lot of other things. And if you put some folks in communication with each other from city to city, you can find a way to stop this. And the other concern is that I'm not a fan of increasing spending or raising taxes. So every time I've proposed this legislation, I have always done it by attaching some companion cut in spending that is equal to the amount of this increase. So I would just encourage, if this bill goes forward, that we find a way to offset this cost with a cut somewhere else. And I urge my colleagues to support this legislation. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Sampson. Any further questions or comments? Representative Fishbein, your hand raised. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, along the lines with the good ranking senator on the committee, I have also put this bill in many times. I'm glad to see it's being taken up by this committee. Perhaps may I offer within the cognizance of this committee something that I've proposed in various forms. We run every 2 years, and it may make sense for 4-year terms for representatives and state rep and senators, which would free up a lot of money that's being spent by the taxpayers essentially on the SEP program. My calculations would show that it would free up about $3.5 million. And certainly that money could go to this very worthwhile program of trying to prevent illegal firearm activity in our state. But I leave that to the leadership of this committee to debate, talk about, and perhaps to bless bringing that forward to the committee. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. Any further questions or comments? Representative Master, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a really good bill, long overdue, and my colleagues have put it in many times. I really hope that the committee would support this. Obviously, we support it. And if there's no objection from the committee, Mr. Chairman, I would offer this on the consent calendar.
Thank you, Representative. I think we may go for a roll call vote on this. Let's conversation we have with our members, just for purposes of procedure. I appreciate the comments and your efforts.
No problem. Thank you.
Any further questions or comments on the underlying bill? If not, will the clerk please call the roll for a raised bill, Senate Bill 430.
Senate Bill 430, JF to the floor. Flexer.
Senator, yes.
Fox.
Representative Fox votes yes.
Haskell.
Senator Haskell votes yes.
Thomas. Sampson.
Senator Sampson votes yes.
Master Francesco.
Representative Master Francesco votes yes.
Blumenthal.
Representative Blumenthal votes yes.
One more time, please.
Representative Blumenthal votes yes.
Thank you. Carpino.
Representative Carpino votes yes.
Fishbein.
Representative Fishbein votes yes.
France.
Representative France votes yes.
Haddad.
Representative Haddad votes yes.
Labriola.
Representative Labriola votes yes.
McCarthy Vehi.
Representative McCarthy Vehi votes yes.
McCrory. Senator McCrory. Morin-Bello.
Representative Morin-Bello votes yes.
Palm.
Representative Palm votes yes.
Rosario.
Representative Rosario votes yes.
Santiago. Representative Santiago.
Santiago votes yes.
Slap. Senator McCrory. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I believe that may conclude our business for that. Madam Clerk, I think we're ready to vote on the consent calendar. If you can please advise of the matter of the bills of the consent calendar.
Senate Bill 472, LCO 4144, House Bill 5376, House Bill 5377, House Bill 5379, LCO 3933, House Bill 5452, House Bill 5453, House Bill 5454, House Bill 5458, House Bill 5492, House Bill 5498, LCO 4125, Senate Bill 470, LCO 4142.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I believe once you're ready, please call the consent calendar.
Flexer,
Senator Flexer votes
Fox,
Representative Fox votes yes.
Haskell,
Senator Haskell votes yes.
Thomas, Sampson,
Senator Sampson votes yes.
Master Francesco,
Representative Mastro Francesco votes yes.
Blumenthal,
Representative Blumenthal votes yes.
Carpino.
Representative Carpino votes yes.
One more time, please.
Representative Carpino votes yes.
Thank you. Fishbein,
Representative Fishbein votes yes.
France,
Representative France votes yes.
Haddad,
Representative Haddad votes yes.
Labriola,
Representative Labriola votes yes.
McCarthy Vehy,
Representative McCarthy Vehy votes yes.
McCrory,
Senator McCrory votes yes.
Moran Bella,
Representative Moran Bello votes yes.
Palm,
Representative Palm votes yes.
one more time, please.
Representative Palm votes yes.
Thank you. Rosario,
Representative Rosario votes in the affirmative.
Santiago,
Santiago votes yes.
We have Hilda here, who's an heavenly
Yes.
call.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. That concludes our business for today in terms of voting. Any comments or remarks from the chairs and ranking members? Senator Flexer?
Mr. Chair, I'm going to take a moment to provide some gratitude. I want to thank all the for their work.
Senator, your audio is a little dicey.
Oh,
There you go. Now it's better, I think.
is that better now?
A little choppy, right? Unfortunately.
Is that better?
Yes, much better.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I apologize, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to take a moment to provide some gratitude to the members of the committee for all of your hard work over the last, I believe it's been 7 weeks since the session started. We're really lucky to have such talented legislators who are a part of this committee and helping to make our work better. I want to thank the ranking members. As you can see from today's meeting, we don't agree on many things, but we do try to have at least thorough conversations and try to come to consensus where we can. And I look forward to continuing in that spirit over the course of the next 5 weeks. I want to thank my co-chair, Representative Fox, for his continued steady leadership of this committee. We're really lucky to have you serving in this role, and I'm really grateful to you for your expertise and your kind demeanor in leading this committee. I also want to take a moment to thank the staff. We're blessed to work with both nonpartisan and partisan staff. I'll let the other leaders of the committee thank their respective partisan staff, but I do want to thank the folks from what we call the fifth floor, from the nonpartisan staff offices who worked really hard. All the staff, especially in the weeks leading up to the last couple of meetings, are working, and leading up to our public hearings, are working long nights and weekends to prepare things for us and to get us to the point of our work today in JF meetings. And so really grateful to, from the Office of Legislative Research, Terry Adams and Matt Frame, for their great work this year helping us. And in the Legislative Commissioner's Office, our great attorneys, Shannon McCarthy and Michael Tellerico. We're really lucky to have them continuing to work with this committee and their vast depth of knowledge and experience with these issues. And I want to thank the committee staff who have helped us over the last several weeks. And unfortunately, due to the mostly remote nature, some of them we haven't actually seen in person, but I want to thank Jason Snukis, and I hope, Jason, I pronounced your name correctly, and Ron Deb, whose name was often telling people that their 3 minutes was over. Thank you for being that person and being strict in your enforcement of the 3-minute limit in the public hearings. And lastly, Mr. Chair, I'd like to thank our wonderful committee clerk, Valentina Mametti, who has continued to help lead this committee over this year and last year in such a wonderful way, trying to make sure all of the pots on the stove, none of them boiled over, and just does a great job of keeping everything organized for us. And we're really lucky to have Valentina. Also, she's so responsible, and we're quickly like, oh, we need a Zoom, set it up. And she sets it up in 2 seconds. So Valentina just does a wonderful job. It's a lot to keep this committee. It's one of the bigger committees in terms of scope of work. And we're really lucky to have the wonderful staff that we have that keeps our work moving forward and is greatly enriched by all of them. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Flexer, for your comments. Senator Sampson, or Representative, any comments? Senator Sampson, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll just reiterate Senator Flexer's thank yous to the nonpartisan staff and the members of the committee. I think everybody does a great job. I will second Valentina's quality work effort, by the way. I watch the clerks like a hawk when they're doing a consent calendar in particular, and make sure that they include all the proper LCOs and substitute language. And she has never missed yet. So good for her on that, because very few clerks, I think, can actually pull that off as effortlessly. But the staff all does a great job. I appreciate all the effort by LCO in particular. We ask a lot of them in this committee. So thank you for your prompt attention to the language changes that we asked for and that kind of thing. And I will add to the list of names that were thanked our partisan staff on the Republican side. That would be John Healy, who's my Senate Republican staff, and Brian Wersler on the House Republican side. These guys, they work hard, let me tell you. They are stressed out and trying to come up with answers to our questions night and day. And I can't thank them enough for their hard work. And I want to make a special thank you to the chairs of this committee. As was pointed out, we don't agree on everything. Although, I mean, I think the vast majority of bills come out of the committee favorably. We had a sizable consent calendar today, and I'd like to agree on more, and we can work towards that in the future. But I will tell you that there are no finer chairs to work with in this entire legislature than Senator Flexer and Representative Fox. They are responsive, and they are kind, and always open to have a conversation with us. And we do try hard to come to consensus, and sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. But I do appreciate it sincerely, and look forward to a productive just a month to go, I guess. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Sampson. Representative Fresh, any comments?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to echo Senator Sampson's comments when he said that there's no better chairs in the legislature than the ones we have here on this committee. And I sincerely, I do mean that. I want to thank you both for working with us the last year. And, you know, like you said, we don't always agree, but we talk about it. I think we have respect for each other. And this is the committee this is the process. This is the room where we do the debate. And I know when there's bills on there that we know they're going to be a talker, I know everybody on this committee is shaking their head saying, oh my goodness, how long are they going to talk? I know it is, but that's okay. That's the process. So we've had some great debates in this committee. We've had some laughs between us and the chairs and all the other members. So I appreciate everybody listening. The staff is great. Valentina, you're phenomenal. You keep up on everything. I think I want to adopt you. But you've done a great job. But even the Republicans, all our colleagues that have, we have members on our team here that are ranking members on other committees, making it very difficult. So I appreciate their participation and everybody else's. So I guess I will see you on the floor is probably the best thing to say. That would be the next stop, but I'm sure we'll have some great debates there, some laughs. And listen, at the end of the day, we're all human. We all have our goals and we're respectful to each other, pass each other in the hallway. We don't always agree, but you know what? That's a good thing. That's America. And that's what it's all about. Thank you.
Hey, Representative, I guess the best part about going last situation is you can just say ditto to what they said. So without sounding too shallow, I'm going to ditto everything that was just said. No, but I do still want to thank the staff. Matt and Terry Mattson, new to the LOB this year. He's made a great impact on us. We thank you for your efforts. Terry, you've got a memory like nothing I've ever seen. Remembering Bill the details of things debated, the dates in particular. So I thank you for your efforts. Shannon and Michael, thank you for your patience with us over the past few days. In particular, I know oftentimes we make one quick change, one last change, one more change. You're probably spinning in your chairs by the time you get some more emails. So I apologize about that, but I do thank you for your efforts and your patience. Rob and Gail, you're as remarkable as well. Working with you has been always wonderful and learning experience each day. We thank you for your efforts and your ideas and your passion. I think for all the committee members, we really thank you for your passion that you bring to the committee and bring forward every day. House Dems, Katie and Josh, for your efforts and your ideas and your knowledge. Senator Flexer, you've been a joy to work with. Here I go again, getting emotional. I apologize. But I thank you for your efforts and everything you do for us in our committee. And I look forward to the days ahead. And thank everyone for the passion and efforts thus far. It's now 6:58. I think votes remain open to 7:30 was what we stated earlier. So this committee will stand in recess at 7:30. Thank you all very much. Look forward to working with you today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Representative Blumenthal.
Hey, Valentina. I missed a bunch of votes.
Yeah, I'll go through them now. Okay, you got the consent vote. Senate Bill 350.
350. Yeah, Representative Blumenthal votes yes.
Senate Bill 471.
Representative Blumenthal votes yes.
Senate Joint Resolution 30.
Representative Blumenthal votes yes.
House Bill 5461, LCO 4096.
Representative Blumenthal votes yes.
House Bill 5455.
Representative Blumenthal votes yes.
Senate Bill 474.
Representative Blumenthal votes yes.
You're all set, Representative.
Thanks, Valentina.
No problem, thank you. Representative Rosario.
Hi, Valentina. Did I miss any votes?
Yes, I think so. Let me just go through them and confirm.
Sure, thank you.
Okay, Senate Bill 350.
Representative Rosario votes yes.
Senate Bill 471, LCO 4129.
Representative Rosario votes yes.
You're all set, Representative.
Thank you, Valentina. Have a good night. Thank you so much.
You too, thank you.
Bye-bye.
Senator Haskell.
Hey Valentina, how are you?
I'm good, how are you?
I'm good. I think I missed maybe 3 today.
Okay, I'll go through them. Okay, there you go, your camera. Senate Bill 439, LCO 4127.
Senator Haskell votes yes.
Senate Bill 433.
Senator Haskell votes in the affirmative.
Senate Bill 432.
Senator Haskell votes in the affirmative.
You're all set, Senator.
Thank you so much, Valentina. Have a good one.
You too, thank you. Representative France.
Valentina, I
Hi.
have 2. I think I have 2 that I'm missing.
Senate Bill 350.
Senate Bill 350.
Yes.
Representative France votes no.
Senate Bill
471.
Sorry, someone is unmuted. I don't know. Senate Bill 471, LCO 4129.
France votes no.
You're all set, Representative.
Thank you, Valentina. Have a good night.
You too, thank you. Representative Fishbein.
Yes, thank you. Rosario, Valentina, I just want to thank you for everything you do before we get to this. So.
Thank you.
All right, hit me.
So we can start at the beginning. I think you missed most of the votes. Senate Bill 350.
No.
Senate Bill 471, LCO 4129.
471. No.
Senate Joint Resolution 30.
No.
House Bill 5461, LCO 4096.
Yes.
House Bill 5455.
Yes.
Senate Bill 474.
That's number 474. Yes.
Senate Bill 469.
469. No.
You're all set, Representative.
Thank you. Once again, thank you very much, and you have a great weekend.
Thank you. You too, Representative.
Thank you.
Representative Thomas. I'll start from the beginning.
You hear me?
Yeah. Senate Bill 350.
Rep. Thomas votes yes. Can you not hear me?
You're breaking up a little bit.
Okay. And it might be my headset as well. Is it any better if I?
It is better, but I will need your camera on. Yeah, okay. Okay.
My thumb hit it by mistake.
Senate Bill 471, LCO 4129.
Rep. Thomas votes yes.
Senate Joint Resolution 30.
Rep. Thomas votes yes.
House Bill 5461, LCO 4096.
Rep. Thomas votes yes.
House Bill 5455.
Yes.
Senate Bill 474.
Rep. Thomas votes yes.
Senate Bill 469.
Yes.
Senate Bill 467, LCO 4081.
Yes.
Senate Bill 439, LCO 4127.
Yes.
Senate Bill 433.
Yes.
Senate Bill 432.
Yes.
Senate Bill 430.
Yes.
The consent calendar. I'm going to read that to you.
Okay.
Senate Bill 472, LCO 4144, House Bill 5376, House Bill 5377, House Bill 5379, LCO 3933, House Bill 5452, House Bill 5453, House Bill 5454, House Bill 5458, House Bill 5492, House Bill 5498, LCO 4125, Senate Bill 470, LCO 4142.
Rep. Thomas votes yes.
You're all set, Representative?
Can I go next? Valentina. Have a good night. Can I go next, Valentina?
Yes,
I only missed
Representative
one.
Santiago. Yes.
I think I only missed one vote, right?
But I will go through them now and see what you missed.
Hey,
Just give me a minute, Senator, please. I'm taking
no problem. Thank you.
Okay, I missed one vote, right?
I'm going through the list now, Representative. You did not miss any votes.
No, I missed the last one, the consent vote. Did I miss that one?
You did not.
Oh, okay, so I voted, I'm all set.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
You're
Have a
welcome.
good night. Thank you.
Senator Slack?
Yes,
Okay, I'll go through them now, see which ones you missed.
thank you.
Senate Joint Resolution 30,
Yes.
House Bill 5461, LCO 4096,
Yes.
Senate Bill 469,
Yes.
Barbara and Joe's convention, do you know when that is?
LCO 4127,
Yes.
Senate Bill 433,
Yes.
Senate Bill 432,
Yes.
Senate Bill 430,
Yes.
consent calendar.
Yes.
Okay,
Great.
you're all set, Senator.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.